I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. What up? When I was a little boy, I put my hood on my back. All eyes on me and nobody cut me no slack. While bowling up and down, that cold money was all I thought. And daddy was selling drugs, so it made me say fuck sports. Him teaching me the game, felt like he was passing the torch. In front of projects, I jumped off the stoop, not a port. My OGs was my idols, not no Meech or Rick Ross. And remember, to be a boss, life was always the cause. I carry Christ on my back, that's why they call me the cross. And whenever shit was rough, I just hustle and stay my course. And every time I pull myself back on my feet, digging my cleats. Every step I take, rip up the streets. A gun in a vest, some money and weed is all I need. When I hit the block, my mama started losing her sleep. To love a nigga like me is really not for the weak. I became a villain after that 100 bullets ate up my Uncle G. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I'm hands-on, my kids ain't raised by no iPad. I show up every day, if you a man, try that. Can't call yourself a man if you make a child and deny that.
What's up, family? Welcome to another episode of Good Dad, Bad Son with your favorite cousins, Will and BJ. What's going on with you, bro?
What's up, family?
Man, I just was watching that NBA All-Star crap. They done messed the whole weekend up.
I was gonna ask you if you caught any of it too.
Yeah, the young guys end up winning. It was
I thought it was the world versus
yeah, it's like a 3-team round robin type joint. So it was the world versus the OGs and then the young Gs. So actually the OGs beat the world. Both of them beat the world because Luka and Joker was pretty much on the bench the whole time, and then the young Gs just blew out the OGs, ran out of gas for Ant-Man and them.
Why they didn't play Luka and Jokic?
I think Jokic just came back off an injury, so he started to play like 2 minutes and then said, I think they both played a couple minutes and then. Like you said the other day in the gym, the Europeans weren't even going to take it serious. They don't care about that. They're trying to win. Yeah, they're trying to win a real
Josh, what up, Josh?
Win.
Yeah, they ain't starting that.
Mm-mm.
They ain't starting that at all.
I seen some of the highlights from the slam dunk contest. It was whack too.
Yo, who won that?
I don't even know the guy's name. That's a shame. The dunks was real mid though. It looked like something we would have did at Pleasant Grove. I ain't gonna hold you.
Let me see. Josh, you watch any of the All-Star joint? NBA All-Star trash. I don't even watch it anymore. I don't even watch basketball no more, Josh. For real.
I seen that girls game last night though. I seen LSU versus South Carolina. That's the best game I seen in a minute. That joint was action packed from beginning to end.
North Carolina versus who?
South Carolina versus LSU, the women's joint. Women's
LSU.
college. Yeah, South Carolina ended up winning. That was good from the beginning to the end.
South Carolina ended up winning. That's Staley?
Dawn Staley.
Yep. Dawn Staley? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She know how to recruit. She know what she be looking for.
She know how to coach, bro.
And her players and coach. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like her.
You said you seen something in Virginia? What happened?
Oh, a truck went up. I hate that bridge, that Chesapeake Bridge in Virginia. A Purdue truck went over the bridge. I got that
over into the water
too. I was gonna play the highlights from the dunk contest right
Okay, do that. My bad.
I forgot all about it. Here we go.
Do something special.
He about killing himself.
He's good.
Oh my God.
He feels it. He's winning this thing with the wrinkle. That's it. Service. Dig a little Dougie in there. What the hell? Enjoy with the Carmelo. Do something special. He feels he's winning this thing. He's winning this thing. That was the wrinkle. That's it. Service. Dig a little Dougie in there. What the hell? Enjoy with the Carmelo. How about that's it? That's good. That is good. He likes it. Outstanding. something special.
Who won?
I think he won. The Bryant
San
kid.
Antonio Spurs?
Yeah, I think so. But it was.
It was decent. I didn't see nothing crazy.
Imagine sitting there for an hour. Same dumpster they were doing in the 90s.
It was decent. Yeah, I ain't seen nothing crazy.
And then Dame Lillard won the 3-point shootout.
Y'all said he was going to win. Didn't y'all all go for him yesterday?
I think it came down to him and Book.
Oh, Devin Booker, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what's going on with this truck driver, bro. That's a dangerous bridge, man.
I used to play around in Virginia a little bit. I was in Norfolk, Virginia Beach area.
That's a dangerous bridge, that Chesapeake.
Since you've been driving, you've been up through there?
We first brought.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt like, especially when it's windy, they usually stop you.
Oh,
they
for
usually
real?
don't even let you on the bridge.
Oh, because the wind will carry you.
Yeah. They usually don't even let you on the bridge.
I didn't even think of that. How dangerous is over-the-road trucking compared to what most people think it is?
Man, it's very dangerous, man. That's a dangerous profession. Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people get into it thinking about the money you can get.
Yeah.
That bridge tunnel was crazy, especially at night.
Yeah, they don't realize. Yeah. The tunnel is just part of it, but there's another part, it's like the Brooklyn Bridge or the George Washington, but you just over water so long. I don't know what makes that one so crazy, though.
Dang.
I don't know what makes that one so crazy, but Zah just was on over there probably 2 months ago, and they made him pull over. They stopped him. They wouldn't let him get on the bridge.
Wow.
It was too windy. So I don't know how he was able. Let's check it out, though.
Okay.
U.S. breaking news this morning. A tractor trailer went overboard from the Chesapeake Bay Bridge tunnel, and we are now learning the driver died. It happened on the west side of the southbound span, this just south of Fisherman's Island. 10 on your side's Angela Bohan reports from the Wavy control room.
We have learned that the driver worked for Purdue. A company spokesperson said he was a valued member of the team, and they are heartbroken. Earlier in the day, we talked to drivers on the Eastern Shore who were stuck in traffic as crews searched in the water and by air.
Virginia Beach Marine Police, the Navy, and members of the Coast Guard jumped into action after the crash.
Unfortunately, it does happen, but this is my first time being on the bridge while this has happened.
Kyla Reed lives in Accomack County. She told me she and her cousin were on the way to the airport, but got stuck for about 2 hours and missed their flight. 10 on your side photojournalist Nick Harrison captured video of the truck in the water. Meanwhile, Reed, who was in the passenger seat of their car, took video as they finally crossed the bridge, and you can see a broken guardrail.
He definitely took out that whole side of that railing, and it's a pretty big opening. The wind is nowhere like what we've had before or in the last week or so. So it's kind of, I don't know, medical emergency or whatever. But that spot that he went off is literally just when you're starting to ascend on the bridge.
CBBT maintenance crews have already started making emergency repairs, and all lanes have been reopened. Authorities say no other vehicles were involved in the crash.
And so far, no word on what caused the truck to go overboard. Our meteorologists say the winds were quite mild in the morning. Authorities say no other vehicles were involved, and CBBT police is still investigating. In the Wavy control room, Angela Bohan, 10 on your side.
He might have fell asleep, bro.
I about to say, Shorty said it ain't even as windy as it usually is.
It's not that windy out there.
When you used to, I know you local now, but when you used to be on the road, did you think the brokers like push the truckers too hard to meet deadlines and stuff? Like cause I know y'all only could drive to a certain amount of hours before y'all gotta pull over.
Nah,
You
that's
think
on
people
you.
be? That's on you.
That's on you because it's nothing a broker could do to really make you do something. You know what I mean? They could talk that talk, but if your hours are your hours.
Yeah.
Once you start talking about you tired or your hours or something, anything to do with driving, especially if you emailing them where they, you know what I mean, and if he got any text message or email from a broker trying to push him or whatever, they in trouble.
How
They
many hours
fall
can
back
you
once you
drive
start
straight?
saying you tired and all that. You know what I mean? Huh?
How many hours can you drive straight?
Um, I think it's 8 hours. It's 8 hours. Then you have to take a mandatory 30-minute break.
Okay.
But in one day you're only allowed to drive 11 hours or 12 hours, something like that.
In a 24-hour period, you can only drive
Yeah,
12 hours.
and then you gotta take a 10-hour break.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Josh said, "No, it ain't the broker fault." Well, Josh's wife is a broker, so Josh ain't gonna say that.
he biased.
He biased. It is not the broker fault.
She might be one of the she one of the good ones, right, Josh? She ain't like the rest of them.
Yeah, yeah. I actually was on the phone with Tony when one of her drivers was having an issue with the with her trailer and all that, and Tony actually paid her like half up front so she could get the trailer fixed, so she could do what she do, transload the load and all. She really looked out for that lady.
And they ain't doing.
Really well. She
I
really
assume
did.
everybody ain't doing that.
And the lady had a little attitude and all that.
Damn.
She had this entitlement thing with her going on. Because Tony didn't have to do none of that stuff she was doing for her. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I think that just comes with the nature of being white in America, to tell you the truth. They got this sort of kind of entitlement of they know what they talking about and they
And
got
you
to be
don't.
this way and that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was to the point where Tony, I don't even want to talk to her no more. I can't do it. You know what I mean? I was, she knew it all.
When
But,
when a trucker dies, do you take it as an isolated incident, or you think it's a industry wide issue? Like it's like case by case, or is it can y'all do better as an industry as a whole?
it's case by case,
Okay.
especially and he's a company driver, so it's definitely he's a company driver. So they're gonna investigate that his logs and all that. They're gonna investigate everything. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Purdue is probably gonna have to pay to get the truck. They're gonna pay that bill for having to go get that truck out the water
And
and all
fix the
that.
bridge and all that.
Fix the bridge. Purdue is gonna have to pay that because
Okay.
Purdue gonna pay that. But and that's a company driver, so I'm sure his hours was on point and stuff. Them companies don't play that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It
They
ain't
don't
worth the
play that.
insurance risk.
It ain't worth what just happened either.
Mm-mm.
So they don't play that. Especially at Purdue. Purdue is a big company, so I don't
Yeah.
see. Maybe he just overslept or something. I don't know.
Dang,
That's pretty messed up.
it is.
But like I said, I've been on that bridge, bro. That bridge, even though Shorty's in a car,
Yeah.
so she don't
It ain't windy
understand.
to
Like
her.
it ain't windy to her. She's low. She's in a car. She not feeling that. It could be a regular day to her and windy to us. It could have just been a
Okay.
little bit of wind to her, but we feeling that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? We feeling that. Like even when they stopped Zah, I wish I should have called them too. But even when they stopped the day they stopped Zah, they was letting tractor trailers on, and it was because dang, I forgot what Zah said. Zah in the box truck. They was stopping. They wouldn't let the box trucks on, but they was letting the tractor trailers on. I
He
forgot what
wasn't heavy enough. He didn't have
maybe
enough
he
weight.
wasn't heavy enough. What did he say? Man, I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was, bro. But maybe he wasn't heavy enough. Because even a tractor trailer empty is about 40,000 pounds.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Anywhere
Dang.
between 35 and 40,000 pounds. A box truck would be like 8,000, 10,000, something like that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They only carry up to 10,000, so I think they probably like 20,000 or something like that. But yeah, I was on the phone with him when they wouldn't let him on the bridge. Yeah.
That's wicked.
Just think about it. Somebody died going to work today, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean? Man is dead. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Going to work. But
Like
it ain't the broker's fault.
just
It
like
ain't the
that.
broker's fault. And I
When
went
you
over
was
there.
when you how long you stayed on that road? When you 'cause I know you got on the road right away as soon as you got your L's.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm lying. So when I got out of school, when I got my CDL, nobody would hire me, of course.
Right.
Um,
But that was a
so
blessing in disguise
yeah,
because you
because
ain't really you ain't the worker type.
they forced me to work for myself.
Yeah.
But when nobody hired me, no companies would hire me because of the if it wasn't for if the companies that didn't mind the felonies because I didn't have violent felonies like that, it was just drug charges and stuff, and it was the experience. You know what I mean? I
Mm.
didn't have no experience, so it was out. So I started working dump trucks for these
Okay.
Africans, for these Ethiopian guys,
Okay.
and they didn't care. They just threw me in there.
Which was hauling dirt.
hmm
Yeah, it's big
For
business.
for like 8 9 months.
Wow.
I learned in the dump truck
Okay.
because I didn't really know nothing. Just getting my CDL, going through the school and all that. They just teach you enough to pass the
Pass the
test.
exam. Yeah.
Yeah, they just teach you what you need to do to pass the exam, but you don't really know what you're doing.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So when I
And
got
that's
out there,
dangerous too, right?
super dangerous. I didn't know what I was doing. And when I got out there, uh, I was in a dump truck and it's stick shift. First of all, stick shift, and it was like a 99. And you got to know how to work the buttons to lift the bed up, drop the dirt, or the other stuff too. So I started in the dump truck. My man Sauce at the time, I followed him. They put me on the route with him. He the one that got me the job with them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So he told them, he like, yo, yeah, he got experience, man. He good. Da, 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 da. So look, so the dude came to interview me to see if I knew how to lift the bed and all that. Sauce is standing on the steps. Sauce tried to tell me while the dude was walking up, like, yo, they gonna ask you this, gonna put is that button, this is that button, this how you do it. It's like 8 buttons right here. So I'm not remembering this. So dude, like, yeah, let me see you lift the bed. Da, da, da. So I said, remember, is that one? Remember this? This is an old truck. Remember? Da, da, da. So I'm just listening to Sauce pushing over there. So he knew it was some bull crap. He just
Right,
started
right, right.
laughing. He like, so he looked at Sauce. He like, you got him? So I was like, man, I got him. Just he gonna be with me. You know what I mean? I got him. They like, man, just follow me, man. And Sauce ain't hold my hand as no baby or nothing, man. We jumped on Cobb Parkway and all that. He was out. He had to bust a U-turn and come back and get
Come
me
back
because
and
I
get
stalled
you.
out. I stalled out in the middle of the
So
in the
that
middle
was
of the
your first time
intersection
ever
too.
driving stick. You never even drove a stick shift car.
No, we well, no, I never drove a stick shift car, but we trained in stick shift trucks. But
Okay.
like I said, you only really training to first of all it was 17 days. You only training to pass the test.
That's
You know what
it.
I'm saying? And this is like 3 4 months after I got my CDL. I had my license 3 4 months. I ain't working.
Right.
So that was really my first job. It was a crash course. I had to catch up, remember what was going on. And the first day we was out there in Marietta car park, we was going up to like Kennesaw to grab some gravel and stuff.
Okay.
And I stalled out. I stalled out like 4 or 5 times that first day. So I was had to keep making U-turn, calling me, Rony, what you doing, Rony, man? Rony, put it back in neutral. Where you at? Yo, it was funny, man. It was funny, but it wasn't funny. But he always say like my second, third day, he was like, man, he said basically like after my first week, he said, man, I was seeing you on the highway doing 70, 80. You was
Nah.
gone. Yeah, I had the fastest truck too. Come to
Okay.
find, I had the old joint, so it wasn't governed. I had the
Okay.
1999 joint. It wasn't no governor on it, so I was doing 80 down that joint. And even in them dump trucks, if you don't turn, you got to be careful just without the wind because
Yeah.
you'll flip over on them dump trucks.
Damn, I
With
never even
that
thought of
dirt and
that.
that gravel and stuff, turning crazy, driving too
Hmm.
fast, you'll flip over in them dump trucks. For real.
Mm.
But that's how I learned how to switch gears and float the gears. It's called floating the gears when you don't use the clutch. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? I learned all that doing it with the dump truck. So by the time
Okay.
I got the semi, I was with them for like 6 7 months. By the
Shout
time
out
I
to
was
the
able
Ethiopians, man.
messing with the Ethiopian, he had like 15 dump trucks. By the time I got to the semi, I was cool. We
Okay.
switching them gears. You know what I mean? And then I went over the road for 2 years. I was over the road for 2 years. Josh used to pull up on me when I was telling when he was living in Jersey.
Okay.
Josh pulled up on me and
How long
that
you was
truck
on that
industry
road?
ain't no joke. Huh?
2 years?
Yeah, about 2 years.
Okay.
About 2 years. 2017. Yeah, 2017 to December 2019. When
They
COVID
can't get
hit,
you
I
back
wasn't
out
on the
there?
road no more.
You done with it?
I'm done with it. I don't want them issues, man. What's up, TT? I don't want them issues. What's up,
Damn.
I don't want to go with her for nothing, bro. I don't miss
How
her
long
at
you
all.
think you're going to continue driving?
I think I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue it. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna be Paw in the truck, 70, 80 years old, going to get a load. Not because I have to, because I want to.
Just to have something to do,
To
right?
get out the crib. Take my grandkids with me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Take my grandkids with me or something. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not something, it'll be something I want to do. I feel like doing.
And you also got the ability to train drivers too. How many people you done trained so far? I know you said you was running out of patience with it.
I train a lot, but I don't want to do that. I don't have patience for it. I don't.
They
I don't have the
need
patience for it, bro.
they need
I trained
sauce.
Davon. I trained Najee.
For real?
You know what I'm saying? I just don't have the patience, man. If you don't catch on fast, oh my God. I'm not. I don't have the patience for it. It's cool, but maybe if that's all I had to do. When I was training them, I still had to work myself. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I didn't have time to really, you know what I mean?
That wasn't your sole focus.
Nah, that was my sole focus. So if I got time to if I'm just getting money from training people and I don't
Right.
gotta go run my own loads and stuff, then I'm cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Walaikum salam. Yeah, I'm cool then. You know what I'm saying? But
That makes sense.
and it ain't no man, it ain't sweet, man. You gotta get it. You gotta get it. And everything is opposite when you back in that truck. Really, it's just the parking part that everybody, have issues with. It's the parking.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the parking. But
Can you think you could train somebody to do what you did? Like, 'cause I know you could train them as a CDL driver, but can you train them to become an owner operator? That take a special kind of person.
yeah, I mean, it's not even about training. It's about your ambition, your motivation, the work ethic you have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's not gonna work if you ain't got no work ethic.
'cause it ain't easy as it look.
Nah, you gotta have work ethic, man, and you gotta be fast. You know what I mean? If you slow, you're gonna need help. You're gonna need somebody to help you, man.
Gotcha.
But you gotta be able to catch on fast. Yeah, it ain't no. My first load I took, the first load I ever took was from Rome, up there by Rome, Georgia, going to Boston, going to Massachusetts. Not even Boston, past Boston, maybe Springfield or something like that.
Okay.
So I'm already messing up because I didn't realize that Rome is 2 hours away. You know what I'm saying?
You had to get to Rome from where you was
I got
at.
to get to Rome to get loaded. Then the load I was picking up was like some furniture that they had to nail into the trailer and all that, into the floor of the trailer. So when we finally did get to Rome, it was like another 4-5 hour wait. So now I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I have my man with me. Because we was gonna do teams.
Yeah.
So and he don't even got a license. He got a permit, but he better than me. You know what I mean? Sauce taught me. He ride motorcycles and drive. He know it.
Yeah.
So we finally get loaded. We get up there like 3:00. We finally get loaded. We finally get loaded around 11:00 at night, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like 11:00 at night. We finally get loaded. So by the time we leave, we don't leave till like the morning time, probably like 5-6 in the morning. We both tired. By the time we get on the highway to start going to Massachusetts, we get pulled over in South Carolina in the weigh station.
You ain't even barely made it nowhere yet.
Anderson, South Carolina. As soon as we get out of Georgia, we pulled over in South Carolina.
That's the first damn city as soon as you leave Georgia.
Anderson is an hour and 15 minutes from me, from my house. You know what I'm saying? We get pulled in. They wave us in. to weigh us or whatever. We didn't slide the tandems correctly how we was supposed to. They pull us in. My man got a warrant.
Jesus.
My man got a probation bench warrant for a ticket or something, whatever. They lock him up. They take him. Now I gotta go to Massachusetts by myself, bro. First load.
Jesus.
You know what I'm saying? Man, boy, you talking about off adrenaline
You had to grow up
and
fast.
anxiety. I drove straight to Massachusetts, man. Like 28, 20, 29 hours, something like that. 30 hours
Oh,
straight.
you ain't stop or nothing?
I kept pulling over. Like when I got tired, I kept pulling over, taking like 30-minute nap, hour
Yeah.
nap here. Red Bull and coffee, bro. It's my first load. I'm geeked. You know what I'm saying? I remember that load was paying $3,500.
And
I'm
you earn
geeked.
every dollar of it.
Yeah, yeah, I was geeked.
Did you have a load on the way back or you came back empty?
Not yet, not yet. So when I
Okay.
got up there, when I finally delivered there, got there, I'm still not good with the backing up. So it's taking me a minute. It took me about 30 minutes to back in the door. It took me so long to back in the door that the Mexicans in the side of the warehouse, they done lifted up the dock door and they standing there looking like, what is this nigga
Yo,
doing?
you cool, bro?
They like this. Yo, come on, man. They try to get the hell on. It's like
They,
3:30. I got there after they leave at like 4. I
damn.
got there probably at like 3:15. So they like, yo, yeah, we gonna get that off. Boom, boom. Um, but I ain't get into the door until about 3:45. So me going, I'm trying to direct me, wave me. I'm met, man. It was a mess, bro. It was a mess. And
Goodness.
I got on the load board and got me a load leaving out of there,
Okay.
which was a landfill load, trash basically, recyclable trash or whatever that I had to take from Massachusetts, which wasn't too far where I was at.
Okay.
It was like 20 minutes from where I was at. Pick that
Okay.
up, take it to Virginia. I forgot the part of Virginia I was going to, but it was a landfill. So when I got to Virginia the next morning, I it was raining, so it was muddy. I got stuck in the mud. My wheels are spinning, and I'm trying to fight out the mud. Rock backs, wheels spinning. It's spitting all types of stuff up. You know the landfill got all types of stuff there,
And everything.
rocks, everything. You know what I mean? it's it kicked something underneath my trailer and it bust one of the line hoses underneath my trailer that the coolant go through. So now my truck overheating, all the coolant done ran out. I'm broke down at the landfill, bro. This is my third day on the job, man, by myself as an owner operator. I had to sleep overnight at the landfill
Damn.
because by this time
Everything
because
closed.
they pulled me with a bobcat to the front. They pulled me in to unload my joint.
Okay.
Somebody came. I dropped it. They pulled me out. One of the yard jockeys came, grabbed my trailer, and put it on the tipping joint because they put it on the joint that tips it. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? For the oil fall out, then they put it back down. Then they got me to the front of the place. The people that own the landfill, they had an on-site mechanic that
Good.
tried to do something, you know what I mean, for free, hook me up. But I didn't have no coolant. They didn't have no coolant. I didn't have no coolant. So I tried to put water in it. We put water in it. I was able to get up the block before it started smoking and shut down. So I had to wait for a mechanic, man. That's what I went through my first 3 days, first 4 days.
I'm
What
about
up,
to
Kurt?
say the stories you told me. You the one of the strongest people I know because you be stressing me out, and I ain't never even been on the damn road. You just be handling it though.
We ain't got no choice but to handle it, man. I'm talking about, man. I went to Massachusetts one time in 2000 and this was 18, the winter of
Okay.
2018. Yeah, the next winter. I started in the winter of 2017. In the winter of 2018, I went to Massachusetts chasing this money. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? I think they was paying like $3,500, $4,000, and it was like the beginning of Massachusetts. It wasn't a lot of miles. It was like 800 miles or something from where I was at.
Okay.
I got stuck twice up there, man. That blizzard had to pay a tow truck, the same tow truck company twice to pull me out.
You ain't even
So
made no money yet.
out of that $3,500, $4,000, I ended up spending about 1,800.
Jesus.
Yep. And then fuel was like 800, 900.
Wow.
I mean, like altogether, I probably made like $500, $600 driving
Damn.
to Massachusetts. Yep.
So you think Well, like I said, you ain't got no choice but to handle it. But do you think your life before you got in the truck, we ain't got to go into detail, but you think the trials and tribulations you went through while you was outside, you think that prepared you for the trials and tribulations of this trucking stuff? Like it's like
Yeah, hell yeah.
it ain't life or
Yeah,
death. It's just
yeah.
stuff.
You know the stuff we go through. I think whatever you go through, period, in life, any kind of trials and tribulations that you go through helps you in life.
Yeah.
Men are supposed to go through trials and tribulations as young men.
Right.
Boys, we're supposed to go through trials and tribulations before we get older so we can handle whatever comes our way.
Okay.
Think about a man that haven't had no trials and tribulations, man. They fold.
Weak.
They weak. They fold. The women are not supposed to be going through the trials and tribulations. That's the problem we have with most black women.
Mm-hmm. They
their
forced to be
childhood
the man.
their childhood been traumatizing. They
Yeah.
either got traumatizing events from their childhood, had to grow up fast. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? And by the time we get to them, we all damaged. I'm
Right.
damaged. They
Right.
damaged. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We all damaged
Whole
material,
lot of
man.
trauma.
Whole lot of trauma, bro. A whole lot of trauma. Um,
I think
I ain't
we
gonna
had the
lie.
conversation before. I think we do our kids a disservice because I know you be trying to manufacture hell for Eli because you don't want
Yeah.
him to grow up like these privileged Gwinnett kids. But we can't mimic what we went through. Ain't no
No.
streets. Ain't no you know what I'm saying? Ain't no
And you
ain't
know,
no
really,
hood.
do you really want them to go through what we went through? You don't
Absolutely
even
not.
want them to go through that, right?
Right.
It's
So
it's
so
it's
so they grow up privileged and not adapt to handle nothing that comes their way.
that's a fact. What up, Noah?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
I
hey,
think
hey.
I
What up,
think
Noah?
I think women that come up with easy childhoods, um, I forgot the word I'm looking for, but anyway, women that as girls that came up with in a loving household, drama free, you know what I'm saying? Not all the bullshit that most our community come up in. They make better wives. I think they
Because
make better wives
they're
than some
operating
folks.
off love and not
Yeah,
survival.
yeah. They don't have that hard shell.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So what you saying, men should have some type of adversity, but
Yeah,
so our women don't have to go through it. But
yeah,
I think in our community it's the opposite. The men coming up soft as butter and the women is the gangsters.
yeah. The women are too tough.
Yeah.
The women are too tough. That's
Kurt, you
like,
think
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Kurt.
Kurt, you think the women too tough?
His
Uh,
ex-wife was from Fort Greene. Probably.
Enough said. Enough said.
She was from the fort.
she actually was. She was from Washington and Sterling place.
Oh, okay. Not too far though.
That ain't too far, right down the street.
Not too far.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit on the more masculine side. They want to run. I mean, they want to because a lot of the women of today were raised in predominantly, uh, a female dominated home. And so that's where they learn how to be a woman from a female dominant position. A lot of the men ain't there, either in jail, outside, or ain't in the house. When there's a man in the house the household is ran by a man, it's a different dynamic,
That
so
makes sense.
No, what you
so
think? My fault, Kurt. Go ahead. You finish up.
no, I was really done.
Go ahead, Noah.
I think a lot of it depends on there's a lot of different people there's people that go through adversity and you feel like they're 40 or 50 and they still are just completely unhealed. And I feel like somebody like that, if they were to be with a woman that has not been through adversity, it would cause a relationship with a lot of issues because I don't think it's about I don't know. I just can't imagine somebody being with somebody that's been through no adversity and not resenting the fact that when hardship comes up or whatever, like they never been through that. Like it just so that dynamic to me is not a good dynamic. Somebody that's been through hardship, unresolved, unhealed, and is just still in survival mode almost with somebody that's never been through hardship. I feel like that's a horrible marriage. I don't know how you not gonna resent each other.
They can't
Nah,
understand
I
each
think
other's
it's cool
position.
though. I think it's cool though. I think if the woman hasn't come up with no adversity, no traumatizing events, and as a girl in their childhood or going into teenage years and all that, and you get her by the time she's 20 something, and y'all get married, I think she makes a great wife. I ain't gonna
But
lie.
people that haven't been through, it's like when I think about my friends that's been through the least adversity in their childhoods, when they go through something that's regular to somebody who's been in survival mode, they still gonna react really like that's trauma to them. You know what I mean? Like it's just like I feel like that resentment I'm talking about is because a woman that's been you're acting like just because she hasn't been through adversity, like I just feel like they have a different threshold, and a man that's been through adversity is going to look at that and be like, what the hell, why is she collapsing at that? That's nothing's going on, we just missed one rent bill, like relax. And that woman gonna be having a crisis because that's the first time she ever missed a rent bill in her life. Like that's
It
the type of
depends though.
dynamic that I think would not work.
It depends though because at this point, especially you getting married or whatever, when you talk about husband and wife, at this point, she shouldn't even be worried about the bills. That's something she shouldn't even be worried about the rent. So I'm not even talking about the bills
Yes,
like
but
that.
if shit happens, like shit happens, you know what I mean? I'm talking about in case of hardship. Hardship will arise at some point. I think that's when a couple with a dynamic like that would collapse.
It
If
can happen.
everything
I'm not saying
stays.
all women. I'm saying majority. I ain't gonna say all women without traumatizing, but majority of the women that grew up and don't have traumatizing events, man, they don't have that hard shell. There's a shell that not naturally grows
Yeah, they
on
develop it.
people. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's naturally developed. They don't even know they're doing it. They don't know no any better. Nobody does. I don't know. I don't know. I have a thing with man. All of my baby mothers have similar backgrounds. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting here talking about they crazy, they crazy, they crazy. We all crazy because I got the similar background to them. We all crazy. You know what I'm saying? And
They call us
But
survivors.
I think that Noah has a point because, like with my first wife, she grew up in this. They were Catholics, and so they lived this certain kind of lifestyle. Whereas I grew up, street life, and the minute we got married, when the two lifestyles started clashing, to me it was nothing because I've been going through this my whole life. Then it was almost like my lifestyle was hurting her because that's the first time I'd ever heard the saying, hurt people, because my lifestyle was so hurtful that when it started clashing with hers, it was starting to hurt her because she wasn't used to that, you know. Uh, but I was always like, I got this, you know what I'm saying? I know how to resolve those issues, but still, with her being the loving Catholic type of girl, it eventually developed her to be like hard and then argumentative and like, look, I don't have time to, I don't like arguing with nobody. I ain't got no time for that. I ain't got no.
argumentative. How though? Why? Why would she just become
Be-
hard and argumentative?
Because she was going through these crises, that I brought to her life.
That's the see no that's the
Risha, you
key.
don't think Omar made me harder?
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's the
even
that's the
know
key.
myself anymore.
But listen, y'all missing the point. The point of what I'm saying is if I have a woman like cursed ex-wife like Noah's or whatever, I have a woman that's um whatever, like that was protected from all the hardships or whatever. As the man, I'm not supposed to bring the hardships to her.
Well,
That's the
no, hard.
that's what we missing.
What I
The
mean
man is
by
not supposed to bring hardships to her.
what I mean by is your lifestyle is what it is, and even though she accepted you in that lifestyle, when you start conjoining that lifestyle, you still live in that lifestyle. So
That's the problem.
autom-
Yeah.
it
I'm not talking about men that's living a lifestyle that's gonna bring hardships to a woman. I'm not talking about that. Think
well, I
about it.
mean,
Think
there
about
there
this. The father been there the whole time taking care of this woman, right? Taking care of this, making sure her life, this his daughter life has been smooth sailing. He's now because she's married. He's passing that responsibility on to the man, but the man is coming to bring hardships to the wife. It's not supposed to work
DJ,
like
but
that.
that's why I talk about healed and unhealed, because sometimes even after you've tried to become that type of man, there's still loose ends. Like for example, as somebody that's got multiple kids by multiple mothers, at any point you cannot control all of the potential hardship that that may bring.
That's not the type of man I'm talking about.
I know I'm not okay. I get it that you can think that there's a type of man that can control all that, but realistically, once you've made certain decisions, it's like you get to a point where, as much as you try to withdraw or whatever, there's still going to be a clashing of lives. There's still going to be problems that I never imagined, and I talk about this from my experience, just about the whole like there's problems I never knew existed that I now know exist. I never knew anything about none of this thing. And it's like for me, the getting acclimated to that and just being in like it was almost like I didn't even believe that any amount of fixing or healing or type of man could even protect me from these problems. It's just like too many differences. Like it always just felt like he didn't understand why none of this shit was so crazy to me. And I didn't understand why any of this shit was normal to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not the type of man I'm speaking of. I'm not speaking of the man that Kurt was. I'm not speaking of the man that I was. I'm not. That's not the type of man that I'm talking about. The type of man I'm talking about don't have multiple baby mothers. The type of man I'm talking about is here to carry on the same behaviors as your dad. Take care of home, work, take care of home. We not talking about street niggas and niggas with a bunch of baby mothers and all that. I mean, I ain't talking about that kind of man. That's not gonna work.
Yeah.
well,
That
with
ain't
my
gonna work.
first wife, I didn't have multiple baby mamas. She was
That was
my
just one
yeah
example. I
yeah
was talking about
right
you,
right
Kurt.
right right. Well, you know there are multiple problems that even with a man taking care of a woman, I think one of the problems is how society has gone, especially in these last few decades, is that I hear a lot of time women be like, I don't need no man for nothing. Even though they grew up in a
That ain't the type of woman we talking about. A woman that was raised by her father with no hardships. I ain't gonna, and I don't mean no hardships. Everyone as a human being gonna go through something. But a woman that is raised in a home with a mother and a father that's
right.
been married for 30, 40 years, siblings, growing up, don't know nothing about the streets, ain't been molested as a child, none, they ain't going through none of that. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of woman I'm talking about. The
But
man
can you
that comes
see?
along and gets that woman is the man that's gonna bring that woman into the household. Wants to have children. It's men out there. This is possible. This is
Yeah.
fine because I see
But
it.
it's a
It's
it's
possible.
a it's a real small percentage though, because the majority
It
of
is,
households have, it's all kind of issues. But
especially in the
even
black community. It's a
yeah,
small percentage in the black community.
Hmm.
like because I know like with my grandpa and grandma, they they stayed together their whole life, until death. And they had lots of children and but it but also they grew up under that real old school rule that you have a nucleus family, you also have extended family, and but within that nucleus it's always some kind of issue that's going to create some type of friction. And even though my grandpa was the kind of person that was like, he wasn't of a lot of words, you just knew by his movement that, look, if you're wrong, you're wrong. get your little ass out the way, and that, I'm coming at you, But also, he grew up during slavery time, so when they discipline you, they actually whip you like slaves. I never agreed with that. All that tying you up and whipping you till the skin come off of you, that was just
Yeah, that's a
not.
sickness.
That's a sick. It's
Learned by the
it's
white man.
it's a trained behavior, Whereas, when my dad came along, he always said, "I don't have to whip you because I can whip you with my words." You know what I'm saying? You do something wrong, I take something away from you that you want until you get the message. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't got to stand in no corner. You just not going to get on that electric. Back then, we didn't have PlayStation. We had this electric football game that you plug in. The men, and they
Let me
go off.
ask you this. Let me
So
ask
for the
y'all this
women
in the
that feel
chat.
like they don't need a man for nothing, do you really blame them? They probably never had a man, a real man, or the men that they entertain turn out to be
Well,
more of a burden than a help.
well,
So they
basically
figure I might
because
as well do it by myself.
well, basically because of over the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 decades. Even if you look at the statistics, one of the sets of people that have grown economically in this country have been black women. And so with them being able to meet their own needs, they like, I don't need no man for nothing, except for emotional. That one part they can't deny. They need them for the physical and the emotional. And a lot of men are not emotionally there for their woman because we're taught from childhood, get up and take it like a man. So we withhold our emotions and we deal with it internally.
You
But as
expect a man
opposed,
to be able to be there for their woman emotionally? Is that possible? No, you think that's possible?
I think it's possible. I don't really know what do you want me to need a man for exactly?
Uh
Like
oh,
financially?
we got one.
Now
Like
we
I
getting
know I want
somewhere.
a man for protection. One thing I've always looked for is like muscles. I have that medieval mindset where I want somebody to be able to somebody for me, but I've never felt like yeah, protection, security. I don't know what else I want. Like I feel like men want to be needed in so many ways for them to feel like they bring enough value. I don't understand exactly. Like if I don't need a man financially, does that make you feel like less of a man?
No,
Not
If
me.
I
me
don't,
personally, no.
Not me.
so what do you want? What do you expect women to need a man for? Like why do you not like this type of woman that's like honestly, I don't ever want to need anybody. I don't want to need anybody. I just want to know that if everybody dropped dead that I would be good. Like I
No. So we're talking about the women who say it with like a negative connotation. Like they don't when they say they don't need a man for nothing, they don't want a father in the household. They want to do everything their way. They want to raise the kids by themselves. They want to earn all the money. They want to have their own. They don't want to share nothing. They don't want to have no healthy relationship. I don't
yeah.
need a man for nothing.
Well, you need a
It's like I
man to have
want the man for
children
that.
to have a family. You need a man to have a family.
Hmm.
You need a man to protect you in that family.
Hmm.
You need a man to actually.
But
I think you need a man to lead regardless.
it's like
Balance.
realistically,
well,
everybody's facing the reality that anybody may die in any second, right? When you're 40, 50. So it's like the concept of need to me is like need means it's I need it. Without it, I cannot do it. I need it. It's like, yeah, ideally, what I want is a father in the house. I want him to be able to support his kids emotionally. I want my son to be able to go his father for advice. I want a father to protect the household. I want all that, but do I want to need it or do I want to set some, you know what I mean? Like to me, it's like I just think of it as like, yeah, ideally that I would love for a man to be able to provide all that. But realistically, I also need to be able to do that on my own in case the worst happens, in case he leaves me, in case he dies, in case he, you know what I mean? So that's why when I think, do I need a man? I don't try to think like that. I don't try to think that I need it. This ideal situation. I want it. I really want it. But can I function without it? I have to be able to raise my kids if the worst happens. I have to be able to protect my kids if the worst happens.
Well, what I meant by needing emotionally, like with my first wife, when her mother died, I was there for her emotionally. Like, I know people grieve different ways. So if you ever need a shoulder to crown, I'm there for you. You know what I'm saying? I understand. I at that point I hadn't lost a parent, but I had lost a loved one, and I know how it affects people in different ways. Some people don't grieve for years. Like after my father died, I didn't cry, nothing like that. But inside, it was a part of me I felt like was missing because he was the main architect in my life. I was more closer to my father than I was my mother. Uh, because of the type of man he was. He always had his sons with him, you know. So I think more so what I meant by needing them emotionally, I've always said I never deal with another woman that needs me because, you know, that type of neediness only drags down where I'm going. She gonna need her hair done. She gonna need me to take her to the store. She gonna need me to get her a car. She gonna need me to. I would want a woman that wants me in her life. It's a real big difference when a woman really don't need you but wants you in her life. Those are the relationships that last. They actually want you for the person that you are. And in that context, you the emotional part, being emotional is not a weakness, because men, we always taught our boys to not know about the emotional side of us. It's weak to be emotional. I heard BJ make that point a lot, and that's because I've
I've
heard
never
over.
said that
I
ever,
mean,
ever, not one time.
wait,
I don't
BJ,
feel that way.
you,
I don't even know where he get that from. I don't feel that way.
but you always say, these emotional men. Y'all
I mean,
dealing,
yeah, uh, the
but
ones
men
that
should,
the
men,
behavior become the behavior that that they show off of the emotions they have at of that situation is what I'm talking about. I'm not
em-
talking about a man that shows emotions.
well,
Those are two different things.
well, when we train our boys, like I know that you've heard it, I've heard it before. Like a boy be outside and he playing football or something, he get down and scrape his knee, get up and take it like a man. Like how is a man supposed to take pain?
Yeah, nah, I didn't raise my boy like that. I don't raise boys like that. If they
Shut
hurt,
up.
the most I've ever said was, I don't see no blood. You alright? You alright, man? I don't see no blood. I don't see no blood.
I always told my sons, like if they
And I
hurt
let him
themselves,
cry.
I tell them, look, I know it hurt, but you gotta, try to get past the hurt, rebuild, and get on up there and try it again. It's just like
Yeah.
with roller skating, Noah. You know, the one thing about skating, you gotta know that you're gonna fall. The best people fall, you know, and it's nothing soft about falling and kind of bust your ass. You know what I'm saying? You just got to get up. It's the same thing with basketball. When you first started playing basketball and them dudes was like, backing you down, you get home, you be sore as hell. You just kind of got to get by it, but that doesn't mean hold it in and try to deal with it internally. You got to sometimes let that out because if you hold it in and let it build, when it do come out, it come out as overly aggressive, overly um, the top. And those are the ones that women hate because sometimes it come out as abuse or whatever that emotion is that's attached with that pain.
Let me
I
read some of these comments.
Go ahead.
Suleiman said, those men and women who go against Allah and the universal laws of nature will not succeed. Shaitan promotes that we don't need each other, but Allah made us to need each other, and we had different roles. And us men have to find ways to make more money than women. Should not be neglecting the children by looking for work or being in the workforce. You know, a lot of teachers, man teaches his wife, and his wife teaches the children. Karina said she'll be right back. Man teaches his wife, and his wife teaches the children. No, I don't agree with that.
Suleiman,
Funny.
am I allowed to learn anything from anybody that's not a man? And am I allowed to teach a man? If I feel like I find a man doing some dumb shit, can I teach a man something?
That's a good question.
Nor if you want to wear the pants in your relationship, that's just say that.
I do it just as good in a skirt. I don't gotta wear no pants.
Should a woman teach a man how to cook, or should he just be taught that he gonna have to sit, or should he wait, until some woman cook for him? What if that woman can't cook or won't cook? How he gonna eat?
He gotta need the woman, otherwise he gonna rot and die.
Oh
no.
The concept of need, like, okay, I understand needing each other, but there's need, want, and then there's dependency. I don't need. My concept is like, I don't want a man to depend on me to eat, because if I'm, God forbid, I got nothing, I'm sick, he's not going to be able to eat or feed the kids. And the same way, the other way, like, I don't want to depend. Like, I feel like what is the difference between complete, like, dependence and needing somebody? Like, I don't like this concept of healthy relationships are just completely codependent. If you're out of commission for a bit, I can't, no security, my kids are, I can't protect my kids, I can't take them, I can't feed them, I can't pay for them. And if I'm out of commission, he can't eat. Like, what type of life is that?
That's a good question, though. Can a woman teach a man anything? That's a good question.
Suleiman, that question's for you.
Yeah, Sui. Can a wife teach a husband? Yeah.
My mama taught me how to cook. I don't care what you say, cause she said you might get
You the son. Did your mother teach your father anything?
My mom taught my father everything.
Oh,
honestly, wow. I did grow up with a woman that.
So that's where you get it from.
Yeah, my mom did, but that's because my father was spending 12 hours at work every day. My father did not know to do anything except be an IT guy at the bank. Like, that's everything he did in his life. Everything in the house, my mom was the one fixing up everything. My mom was the one with the construction workers. My mom was doing all that.
He was at work though. If your father was able to stay at home, he would have been the one doing it.
Yes, but it's like at the end of the day, when there was like I still don't see the issue with my mom taking up that role. Like, I don't see her as she was wearing the pants.
Ain't no issue for that. You have to. That's just what has to happen. If I'm at work 12 to 14 hours and you're home, you have to take care of the home.
That means that means the woman has to teach her sons some things.
Yes,
yeah.
she has to.
That's what Suleiman said.
Yeah.
But no, Suleiman said that she learned that from my dad. She didn't. She learned that from her dad.
Suleiman said women can teach their sons, and his son can grow up to be strong men and be leaders. You got to put the brothers in strong positions so they can lead like Allah chose.
Suleiman, you dodging the question. Can your wife teach you?
Right. Of course, absolutely. I think she was answering, can the wife teach the husband anything? But Suleiman, that's the question. Can your wife teach you anything? Can your wife lead you in certain situations? Is there any time a situation where you will follow your wife?
BJ, men are sensitive about the word lead. Take the word lead out of it. The men have to lead.
I don't know why.
Do you think your wife could teach you something if you had a wife, BJ, or when you have a wife? I don't know what your goals are.
I'm sure it's something they'll be able to teach me. She'll be able to teach me. I said they. I think it's something she'll be able to teach me.
Oh, getting interesting. Getting interesting now.
Wait, King Eli.
I think it got to be something.
They call that a Freudian slip. That's what you want your reality to be.
It has to be. It has to be something. Yeah, of course. I believe so. I believe so. I
I got a
feel
question for everybody. I got a question for everybody. I want
I got too
everybody
much.
to.
I got too much going on for a woman to be sitting there waiting for me to say something or do something or lead her or something like that. I got too much going on. She got to be able to make a decision when I'm not around, or make a decision without asking me, calling me, or whatever. You know what I mean?
She gonna
Bree
figure
already,
that out before she marry you,
yeah,
though.
Bree already know. Like, don't keep calling me, asking me nothing, man. Make a decision, bro. You figure it out. You got it. You know what I mean? I'm not. You got it. Well, yeah, I'm not even. I don't
So
even
you
want that
you
around me.
agree with some women could have leadership roles in the
Yeah,
family,
I grew up with a single mother. I grew up with a woman. I didn't grow up with a man in the house. I grew up with a
but you won't vote.
single mother.
But you won't vote for a woman to run a government.
To run a country? Hell no, no, no. And it's more than just her being a woman. It's the image of the country that I live in. It's the image of America to have a woman running America. It's the image we portraying to other countries. It's there's no woman out there that there's no woman that would have done the things that Trump is doing.
BG,
There's
like
no
what? Like post some
there's
videos of
no
anyone?
there's no woman that would have went and got Maduro out his bed. There's no woman that would have pushed that button. There's no woman that
Nobody's
would be
showing about that.
there's no woman that would be just kicking these getting these illegal immigrants out of here. There's no woman. Women don't have the ability to make those choices like that. I haven't seen one. I have seen and some, you know what? I'll take that back. Some women do. Women in this country don't, because Winnie Winnie Mandela was a beast. Winnie Mandela was the truth. You got women in other countries like African countries and stuff, countries abroad, that will make them tough decisions. Word up. But in America, no. I don't want none of these women over here running America. No. Kamala? No. Kamala's a goofy. What I look like? And I like Michelle Obama, but I can't mess with any women that goes abroad to Africa and promote vasectomies. No. No. No, sir.
BJ, I feel like I don't want, I know there's a question on the board, but I feel like this whole image of the country is a great segue into the topic that I don't know if you discussed it before I got on, the topic of the video that you said was supposed to talk about last. Like, you talk
Which
about
one?
image of the country. Do you not understand how much Trump has made this country look stupid? Like, do you not
No.
see that Trump's his Twitter page alone, his rants, his videos, the things he shares, all of that? You don't think that not every country in the world looks at America right now and says,
No.
how the hell did they elect this goofball?
Yes, they do. They
No.
look at us like they clowns. I was just looking at the British thing, and they like, America's going. They still with America, kind of, but they see that America is moving more toward authoritarian rule. That means if something breaks out, they're not going to come to our aid because Trump has given the image that
They
he,
better. They better.
uh,
No
or
woman could
what,
have ever
They better.
humiliated this office more than
or
Trump has.
what.
They better.
America is only strong because of their allies.
Yeah, but British better come. What you mean? Their allies don't. When Trump calls a meeting, they all show up with smiles and handshakes and hugs. They listen. The world is ran. This the world is ran. I don't know what kind of leadership roles y'all don't had to have and stuff like that. But the world is ran off of leadership, tough men. You know who's respected? I don't know what y'all talking about, but I don't want to live in no weak country where we're not respected. I want my leader to be respected. I don't want no lead. I don't want Kamala representing America. I want a fool. You know what? I do want a fool in the White House. I do want someone that they don't know what his next move gonna be. I do want that. Yes, because I know what it takes to be a leader. Know what it takes to be a leader, dog. Especially in this world. Russia, Putin ain't no sucker. Putin's a killer. Putin's a dictator. China ain't got no sucker in that leading them, nor a woman. North Korea don't got no sucker or a woman leading them. Them
Neither
powerful
was
nations. You talk
neither.
about You talk about Britain. They're weak. British is weak. They over there crying about the Muslims done took over London, Europe, and all that. British is weak. They got France got a transgender wife. The president, he lying about his wife not being a tranny. Come on. I don't want to be a part of that. No. No, sir. I want to be in America where we got this fool in the White House. They can't predict what he gonna do next, and he willing to do whatever. He's willing to be the villain. He's willing to be the bad guy for the strength, for the power of America. Yes.
No, he's willing to make. He's willing to push other people to do his dirty work, because at the end of the day, when accountability comes, his hands are clean. They did it. They the ones that's gonna go to jail. See,
Name one. Give me an example of what you talking about.
his last administration, just about everybody in his administration went to jail. All of them.
I don't know. You talking about 2015, 16?
Yeah, when he first got in office, most of his administration went to jail for things they did because he ordered them to do, which were
You gotta
things
give me an
that.
example. You just telling me something. You gotta give me an example.
Steve Bannon went to jail. A few of them other guys that was in his top cabinet, they went to jail.
For something that he told them to do.
Well, they did it because it was his agenda. It was his agenda. It was his presidency. They were in his cabinet. It's just like that border czar person. If another administration take over, and another justice system could come after him.
Hold on. So you said Steve Bannon. I just looked up Steve Bannon. So Bannon was convicted in 2022 on 2 counts of contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena from the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot.
Right.
Then it goes to say, upon his release, Bannon resumed hosting his podcast, War Room, and continued to support Donald Trump's presidential campaign. This is what I mean. Where you get your information from?
But he went to jail. He was convicted.
Yeah, but you say he went to jail because of Trump, and Trump don't take accountability. None of that is in here. There's nothing here saying he went to jail. He went to jail, was convicted on 2 counts of contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena from the House committee.
Yeah, because he wasn't going to implicate Trump.
Yeah, you got to stop that, man. You got to.
Why would he defy going in front of the committees?
Bro, Trump was already going through what he was going through. That wasn't going to help Trump or him not going. Everybody already blaming it on Trump. How him not going to help Trump?
But him going would have convicted him, because they would have been asking questions, as opposed to, why was you promoting this January 6th, the false narrative that they didn't go in there. They were a mob with guns. The same thing that this administration is killing people for, they saying it was legal. They went into a government building. These protesters are just walking on the streets. It's like you say, the strong man. But even Al Capone had loyalists, and for a lot of years he ruled the underworld. But there comes a time of reckoning for every bully. That's not strength. That's not.
Okay, I don't even want to go back into his first administration or whatever. If you feel that way, you can feel that way. I just read it. What you said was completely false. We're in 2026. I don't want the topic was the woman leading the country. If you want a woman as a president, if you want Kamala or whoever in a skirt running your country, that's cool. That's fine.
Who I want to run this country is someone that is the most qualified, the most competent person, be it woman or man, whoever. If you could run this country competently and you're qualified to do it, that's who I would prefer. It's just like,
what's the qualifications?
For BJ, willing to murder. ready to kill.
Knowledge.
Everybody murders, everybody kills. Even your country, no?
Yes,
Even your
but
leader.
you don't gotta be
Even
a
your leader,
murderer
no?
to qualify for
Everyone
being there.
murders, everyone has blood on their hands, no? Everyone. Every
Someone that has
every
knowledge
country.
of international law as well as, national law in regards to, especially with in constraint with the Constitution. Let's be fair. Holding everybody up to the light of law. Nobody is above the law. You can't say, well, I'm enforcing the law by breaking the law, and that's right. It's okay for me to break the law, but you can't. That's not leadership. That's
It's not.
bullying.
It's not the president's job to enforce the law, is it?
He put people in office to enforce what he considers the law.
I think if that was true, it would be a lot more. You would literally be up here crying because they don't. If that's the case, he wouldn't
We
be.
are.
They done shut Trump down plenty of times. The Supreme Court don't win against Trump plenty of times since he's been in office right now. You know what I mean?
In the end, there is a lot of things that Trump is doing that is not lawful. But his Supreme Court, where he has a super majority, have allowed the extension of uh, executive power. Whereas in the Constitution, the reason that they have three branches of law is to have guardrails on any one branch.
Well, so just give me an example of one thing you say. You just give me an example of one thing. Let's make it quick. I don't want to stay on one topic too long. Give me an example of one thing where he just broke the law and the judges went along with him. The people that he went. What law? What did he do?
His immigration, the policy of his immigration is breaking the law. You can't take soldiers and go into cities without a governor's agreement. That's against the law. And of course, it has to work through the
So
system
why was Obama able to do it?
because the governors allowed it. The governors asked him to bring in the National
So why the
Guards
governor's not doing it, not allowing Trump administration to do it?
because of his processes, how he's doing it.
What's the difference between the way
See,
Trump
is it
is doing it and Obama's doing it? What's the difference?
okay? Like they said, during other periods, the governors allowed the immigration people to come into the jails, people that had been in here illegally, and they was getting them out the jails. That was agreeable with
Yeah, they
both.
allowed them to do that.
They allowed them to do it.
So why they not
Whereas
allowing Trump to do it?
because Trump's processes is he's just stopping citizens and anybody else on the streets and going in schools. He goes in churches.
Well, you just said the governor allowed Obama people to come in and do all of that. Why they not allowing Trump people to come into jails and get them and all that? They're not stopping citizens.
because that's
Have you
not
been stopped
all.
by ICE agents? Well, have you been stopped by ICE agents? Nor have you been stopped by ICE agents?
No,
I haven't.
Yeah, but because you haven't been doesn't mean that it's not happening. It is happening. And there is
Go ahead,
documents of citizens getting killed because they are against that. You're profiling people.
BJ,
Okay, go ahead, no.
if you look at the key Supreme Court decisions where Trump's appointment of Republican Supreme Court justices have allowed him to do things that are at least in a gray area of legality, most of them concern Trump trying to limit the court's ability to stop his executive orders or to stop his intrusion upon the other branches of government, like the executive, Congress, like to start making laws through his executive orders. Every time these have gone to court, at least 2 times, Trump has succeeded. By one, in last summer, he was able to get the Supreme Court to pass a law that basically prevents any federal court other than any court lower than the Supreme Court, it prevents them from being able to make an injunction against anybody other than the party in the case. So, for example, if Trump passes an executive order and it affects somebody, and the two parties bring the case and a federal court finds that this is wrong, Trump shouldn't have been able to pass that executive order, a federal court can no longer say this executive order is BS and should not apply to anybody. Their power was limited to only the parties in the case. That was a huge change that effectively really limited the ability of judges to have oversight on Trump's executive orders, because now the only person that can stop Trump's executive orders from applying to everybody in the US is the Supreme Court, which is right now majority Republican. So effectively, he just limited any other court's ability to restrict or to have oversight over his actions. And that is crazy. It would never have passed if Trump had not appointed Republican nominees. It would never have passed. The only reason.
What is he getting away with?
Every bullshit.
With
every
all these Republican judges.
What is what?
What is he getting away with all these Republican judges? I see them stopping a lot of stuff he done did.
No, but they're only stopping. There's a lot of things they haven't stopped to. You're just looking at what they have stopped. The executive. You think every executive order? How many executive orders has he made so far? Like 200. How many of these have been stopped? How many of these do you think have been stopped by the Supreme Court or have been deemed illegal or not in his power?
Tell me something that he's doing illegally that they should have stopped that they haven't stopped, because that's what you and Kurt complain is about. Y'all still haven't told me what he's done where you can look at it and be like, yo, he's doing that and they're allowing him to do it and it's illegal.
I mean, everything he's done, I don't want to get into the merits of it. But for example, the transgender one, okay? I don't want to talk about the merits of it, good or bad. That's a law that he made that he should not have been able to make.
What law is that? What'd you say?
There are only two genders. You cannot do whatever. I'm not talking about the merits of it. I'm talking about just an example. It is the first one that comes to mind because it was on the news the longest. But the first thing that comes to mind, and I can look up more because this one I don't want to get into the merits of it. He should not be able to do that. He should not be able to make a law that says there's only two genders, nobody, whatever. That is a Congress power.
He made a law saying that it's only two genders?
Yes, through an executive order. And I think that should have been immediately struck, as a president can't do that. That is not your job. You're doing that to appeal to your voters so that everybody can.
No, he's doing that because that's the truth.
But it's still not his job. It's not his job, Trump. I just called you Trump. That's how bad shit is called. I just looked at Trump.
What law did he make to say it was only two genders? I'm stuck. The
executive order that he made. How? Let me look up more examples.
Stop cheating too. Stop asking ChatGPT.
That's cheating. Answering your question. I don't have all of his 250 executive orders at the back of my head.
Okay, so President Trump issues an executive order recognizing only two sexes. And you're against that?
I'm not against it. I just said I don't want to litigate the merits of it. I'm not against it. I just think that is literally the job of Congress. That is not for any president to say that. And no president has ever abused executive orders like that to push every single agenda he's got.
Abuse?
That's not how America works. That's not how America works. Presidents don't make laws. Congress makes laws.
On his first day in office, President Trump issued an executive order titled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government, known as Two Sexes Executive Order. I don't see anything wrong. And that's why I don't want a woman running the country. This is why, chat.
Because they have respect for the rule of law.
I don't want a woman running the country, man. She's mad because he said it's only two genders.
No, I'm not. I'm mad because it's a horrible precedent to set that every president can now come up and act like he can write whatever he wants on a paper. Executive orders are meant to give advice to federal agencies on how they should implement existing law. That is the point of an executive order. I will teach my federal agencies as the president how to implement existing laws. That is an executive order. People don't know what an executive order is. They think he could just write whatever he wants and just put it on the website and say, hey, I wrote this for America to listen to. That's not what executive orders are. You want a dictator so bad, that's your prerogative. Most people in America don't want a dictator. Most people in America
I
like
want
how
someone.
America.
I want someone that's gonna make a decision and stand by their decision. Yes, I
Okay.
agree with that. I agree with.
Okay.
I agree with. While you don't agree with it, I agree with. Well, whoever was in there, if Biden was in there and said, "I'm gonna make an executive order for two genders," I'm agreeing with it. If
Okay.
Kamala would have said that, I would agree with Kamala. Y'all worried
I'm
about the
not,
person. I don't care about the person. I'm
Okay.
talking
I'm
about
not
the
the
policy.
person. BJ,
Okay.
I'm not worried about the person.
He
I'm
right.
worried about the entity. If Congress, whether it was a cluster of Democrats in Congress or Republicans in Congress, if they came together and said there's only two genders, I would not say anything right now. The point I am making is that this is not the president's job. And that if we create a world where America's president is the person that's making laws, nobody can check the American president because he chooses the Supreme Court. It's fully Republican, it's backing him up. It's majority Republican, it's backing him
I
up.
got a
I
question.
don't think that's a good precedent to set because then America will become haywire. There will not be any consistency. There will not be any voting. There will not be democracy. Democracy falls away. Everything gets corrupted.
Well, we had democracy forever, and the country hasn't been great
And you're
under
a
democracy.
superpower. Congratulations.
The country hasn't been great under democracy. The country, America has been doing what America's been doing under democracy. America's been killing blacks, hanging blacks, not giving us any rights, any laws, anything under democracy.
Yes.
So I don't even know. And if this was a true democracy, if y'all wanted to spread democracy, so if y'all was so concerned about this being a democracy, y'all wouldn't be calling people stupid, coons, sellouts for making a decision. Because we have the freedom to make a decision, right? You either gonna vote Democrat or you're gonna vote Republican. But because a black person vote Republican, they're stupid, they're a sellout, they're this and that. That's not a democracy. Y'all
BJ.
only want to claim democracy when it benefits y'all. But it's not democracy. Jasmine Crockett talks about all these sellouts, all these black Democratic politicians talk about everybody black that voted for Trump is a sellout, is this, that, and the third, but they want to turn around and say it's a democracy. No, it's not. No,
Let
it's
me
not.
say this. Let me say this. One of the executive orders that Donald Trump signed, and it faced immediate legal challenges, is birthright citizenship.
Mhm.
You you,
Great.
you know what I'm saying? Now,
So what's your problem with that?
and
We
he
can't make laws.
They
because
they have a problem with this man saying it's two genders. Now they have a problem with him saying birthright
I
citizenship.
never said
What's the
that.
problem with that, Kurt?
I never said that.
Not you, Kurt.
wait, because it's in direct opposite of the 14th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? People that were born here
What's
are
ho,
citizens.
before we go any further? What is birthright citizenship, Kurt?
When you're born here, you're considered a citizen, whether your parents came over here illegal or not.
Okay, so Trump is against that.
Yes,
He
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 does. He tried to remove that, BJ.
he tried to remove it, and he was utilizing a 1798 Alien Enemies Act to try to do it. That's illegal. I mean, people that are born here, even if their parents came over here illegally and they're born here, they're considered citizens of this country because they were born on this land.
BJ, do you agree that a constitutional amendment requiring approval by 2/3 of Congress and ratification by 75% of the states is a logical rule to have? That if 75% of the states don't agree and 2/3 of Congress don't agree, that the Constitution should not change? Or would you like one person to be able to change the Constitution?
But if the system, if what is America based off of? Is it based off of the Congress majority ruling? Is it based off that?
No,
Is that what we're supposed to do? Majority rule
no.
in the
That is
Congress,
what it
majority
takes to
rule.
change the Constitution. To amend the
Okay, so
Constitution,
it should stay
two
that
thirds
way.
of 2/3 of Congress plus 3/4 of
Okay, it should
states.
stay that way.
right? So when Trump comes up with executive order to change the Constitution and thinks that's what a dictator does. A dictator decides.
Which executive order was that? So I could look it
Birthright
up.
citizenship is enshrined in the Constitution. The Constitution says all persons born, excuse me that I don't have it memorized, I'm using ChatGPT.
I'm looking things up too.
Born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. That is part of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
One more time.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States.
Okay, so it says here, on January 20th, 2025, President Trump signed an executive order trying to end birthright citizenship. Specifically, the order states that after February 19, 2025, citizenship will only be granted to babies born in the United States if at least one parent is a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent residence. I don't have no problem with that. Not one.
That's his order. That's not the Constitution, though.
I said I don't have no problem with that. What is the difference between what Noah just read and what I just read?
What I just read is all persons born in the U.S. are citizens. All persons born in the U.S. All of them. All.
Okay. All. Now listen to this. His executive order says after February 19, 2025, citizenship will only be granted to babies born in the U.S. if at least one parent is a U.S. citizen. So that what Nora is saying is, if you could be born in the U.S. but both your parents are illegals, you're a citizen. No, I'm not with that. No,
that's not what the Constitution says, though.
That is what it says.
That's what his executive order says.
Kurt,
you just said
you're not getting it, Kurt. You're not getting it, Kurt.
You just said
what Noah just read. I'm breaking it down for you because you're not getting it, bro. Trust me, you're not. What Noah just read states that anybody born in the U.S., whether your parents are illegals or legal, is a citizen. That's what Noah just read.
That's in the Constitution.
What Trump is saying, that's in the Constitution, correct? I'm against that. What Trump is saying, in order for you to be a citizen, one of your parents, at least one of your parents, have to be a citizen. I agree with that.
BJ, we can argue about that, and it's fine, but this has to be a vote before Congress. 2/3 of Congress must agree, and 3/4 of the states must agree. That's just how that's just how America works.
Okay. And so you're not even arguing. You're not arguing the executive order. You just arguing the
yes, and I wasn't arguing transgender. I was just arguing that this sets a precedent that somebody that is a racist piece of whatever can
become president. How that makes them racist?
13th Amendment, goodbye. No more 13th Amendment because I said so. That is stupid. We need to have 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of states agree to remove any amendment because otherwise any racist president can decide to take away everybody's 13th Amendment rights off of a whim alone, executive order. That's not
the only way.
Guess what? The rights won't be taken away from Black American citizens, so that don't make them racist. That don't affect us because we've been here.
BJ, I'm not saying it's gonna affect. I'm not saying it's gonna affect Black people. I was raising a hypothetical. I was saying the reason I'm arguing that this is dangerous, the reason I'm arguing that this should always be Congress must have a 2/3 agreement to change the Constitution is because hypothetically there could be a president, one person. It doesn't take much for one person to pretend to be a good person, pretend to love Black people, love Spanish people, become president, and then take everybody's rights away with one executive order. I'm not saying this is what's going to do it. I'm saying this is what precedent this sets. This sets the stage for anybody to be able to make any decision with one paper, one decision. Checks him. He can restrict his power. And not only that, but this is the danger of that is that not only can he do these executive orders, he also was able to pass another law in the Supreme Court that says federal judges cannot look at something like that and say, all right, this is wild, we can't do that anymore. It's only the 12 judges on the Supreme Court who are right now, 4 of them are appointed by Trump. Like, do you understand the concept of checks and balances are being just stripped from America? Like,
I don't see it being stripped from America, but okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, let me say.
I ain't gonna argue that point
Let,
with you.
let me make this one point. The one thing that
But I agree. The two things that you're so concerned about, the two gender executive order and the birthright citizenship executive order, I agree with as a black man in America. Go ahead,
well,
Kurt.
this is the only thing. We talk about law and order, right? That we all agree that the law is the law of this land. The Constitution is the law. The reason there's a separation of power, see, the president doesn't have ultimate power to just say, well, I'm signing an executive order that this is this, without having it go through the House, the Senate, back to the House, then to his desk. Just arbitrarily saying what the Constitution said don't mean nothing. And now I'm signing an executive order that's saying you're not a citizen is illegal. It's against the law. He can't pass a law solely by himself. Executive order is not law.
Okay, you're arguing the same thing Noah just argued. Okay.
It's just against the law. You can't do it. It's written in the Constitution. The Constitution is the law of the land.
Okay, y'all just arguing the fact that the man that running the country is trying to run his country. You know what I'm saying?
Is trying to break the law to do it. He's breaking the law to do it.
Okay, is he able to do it? Has he been able to do it?
No, because it's in court.
Yes or no?
No, it's in court.
So why if he hasn't been able to do it, what are y'all complaining about?
He's partially been able to do it.
Okay.
So basically, it still has its challenges. It has to work its way through the courts so that they can look at.
What you're arguing, he hasn't even done. You're arguing something he hasn't even done.
He did sign the executive order.
Has it went through, Kurt? Is it a law? You say
Some Republicans are, because they following his executive order, is trying to implement it into law without going through the proper channels.
All right.
That's how he's able to say, well, this person is illegal. And now it goes over into the immigration thing. Oh, well, see, that law, that executive order.
Is the executive order in play? Is it in play or not, Noah?
Yes, it is. It has not been
the birthright citizenship executive order?
I believe it is.
It's legit? Okay, good. I hope it is. I hope it is.
But why? So okay, if it's legit, then why isn't his wife being deported? His wife is a immigrant. She wasn't born over here.
I don't know. You have to ask them. Hold on.
Oh,
the parents should be legal for their children to be legal. People come here on vacation specifically to give birth to so their children will have dual citizenship. That's a fact, Shakira. 100%. I agree with that. U.S. Congress supports the genocide in Palestine,
and Trump doesn't.
Hey,
I would rather.
Check this out. There's a thing. There's Chinese. There's rich billionaire Chinese people that come over here, send people over here to have babies over here, just to infiltrate America, send them to school over here, and all types of stuff. That's something else that Trump is finding out. That's why Trump is defunding Harvard and all these other what you call them schools, Ivy League schools that has all these Chinese immigrants going to their schools. They're slick plants. They're slick infiltrating this country. I don't want my country to be able to let anybody come over here on vacation, like Shakora said, have a baby over here, and that baby gets full citizenship, gets the same rights as your babies, Kurt. I don't agree with that.
Okay, no. But Donald Trump's wife came over here and she had babies.
Chad, look at this. I'm talking about his kids, my kids, and he's back on Donald Trump and Donald Trump's
I'm
wife.
just saying,
this is Trump derangement
if the policy, if the policy is what it is, then let it apply to everybody and not just the ones that he wants to target.
Who is he targeting?
You just said Chinese. You
Why are you
talking
worried
about the
about the
Mexican?
Chinese and not your
I'm
own
saying
children?
you're the one. I'm saying you're the one that's worried about that. See, my thing is this: if you're going to implement a law, make it apply to everyone, because
Okay,
that's what we.
do you know why his wife have you even did any research on why his wife is able to be here as an immigrant? As is she a citizen? Is she a U.S. citizen?
She's the right. She's the first lady of the presidency.
What is she? You so mad? This not the first time I heard you say this. You're upset that she's still here. What is she? Is she a
Or
citizen?
they.
What is she, Kurt? Is she not supposed to be here? Is she
She
here
shouldn't be
illegally?
under his law. Under his law, she shouldn't be here. Under the birthright thing that he's trying to get pushed through, she shouldn't be, because she wasn't born here, and then that means his son shouldn't be here either.
I don't know. I really at this point I don't think you know what you're talking about at all. I think you're really
Okay,
just talking out of emotions, for real, for real.
it
Because
it is.
I sat here and said the birthright citizenship thing that Trump is trying to put into play actually is beneficial for your children.
I
And
don't know what.
You went right to hollering about Trump and his wife,
Why
Trump's
is
wife.
why is it better for my children?
I said it's beneficial for your children
Well,
because
Why?
how's it benefit?
let me explain. Let me
Because the
explain
other
then.
child got less
Because
rights, so yours got more.
people is millions of people that will come over here, have children over here, and get rights and benefits and stuff given to them that your children is gonna fight hard to get that won't ever get. That's how. That's how.
Okay,
So he's
and
stopping that from happening.
Donald Trump children is benefiting, though they from an immigrant.
This is mind boggling to me.
What's the
I'm sitting
difference
here talking
between?
about Kirk children. He don't care about his children. He more concerned about Donald Trump children and Donald Trump's
Okay,
wife.
okay. What I'm
Am I the only
saying,
one seeing this?
no. Am I the only one
I'm talking about
hearing?
my child and your children. You still talking about
Oh,
Donald Trump
but
wife? They're out of here,
okay.
Kurt. You can't do nothing to them. You can't
Time out.
catch up to
Okay,
them.
you
You can't. They up
you
here,
keep
Kurt. We
you
down
keep
here.
you keep talking about, you know, Chinese people as opposed to my children and your children, but you're not talking about the other immigrant that came here and had children. You know, they're excluded because of what reason? Why would they children be
Who's
any
they?
different
Who
than the
you talking about?
Chinese
Because I
children?
gave you. I said the reason why I brought the Chinese up because I gave you an
Would
example.
you maybe you can explain it to
I
them?
just
Maybe
gave you an
you.
example. I just gave you an example I just gave you an example of what's going on in one group of people. I'm talking about all of them though. All of them. Whoever parents were is not here legally are not legal citizens, they got to go along with their parents. I'm talking about them all. I don't care if you
The
Chinese, whatever you are. I'm talking about all of them.
oh,
When I brought up Chinese, I was just giving you an example. One example.
okay.
That's it.
Okay, then what I'm saying is, if the law applies to one, let it apply to all.
Okay, but you don't even know who's breaking the law. You talking about Trump? I was talking about your children. I brought your children up. My child. You brought his wife up. You don't even know her situation. You don't know her status at all. Then
And
I
you
said
don't, but you
I
don't
went
know.
back to your children again. I went back to your children and my
Okay,
children and
okay.
explained how it would be beneficial to your
Why
children.
why
And
is it
you
that
started
you?
talking about Donald
But
Trump
wh-
children.
but why is
What's
it you
wrong
get
with you?
to? Why is it you get to push your narrative for 20 minutes, and then the minute I get to trying to tell you the exact opposite of what it is you're saying, you cut me off and you rant and
Kurt, you gotta
rave.
wait till I'm done. I don't be cutting you off. Kurt, I sit here and listen to you for 5-6 minutes. Most of the stuff you were saying,
You're lying. That's a lie.
but no, it just
That's
you
a
cut me
straight
off
cap,
again.
bro.
I
That's
sit here and listen to you all the time. We got to keep going, Kurt. Go ahead,
you.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying, Kurt. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please
Okay.
make it short.
What I'm saying, and I'm looking at my time, 39:06. Anyway, we talking about the country as a whole. You talking about Chinese people as opposed to having children over here and my child or your child. You didn't mention the fact that the president's wife is an immigrant and she had a child. So she's included with the Chinese people too. Let's include everybody. Let's include the Africans, the white Africans that they brought over here that's going to have children that will become citizens over here. Why are we just aiming this illegal order to certain people and then saying it benefits us?
I
don't get it.
I didn't do that. So to answer your question, then I'm going to Noah. To answer your
No,
question,
go to Noah now.
To answer your question, I just brought up the Chinese as an example. You wanna stay on Trump, and you got Trump derangement syndrome for real. You had that shit for real. I thought it was just a game. You really have that. I'm talking about what I'm trying to point something out to you that benefits our children. I don't care who they are, Chinese, African. I'm not gonna repeat myself. I done said it 2-3 times. If you don't get it, you're just not gonna get it. But if anybody, I don't care who they are, Kurt, if they here illegally, they gotta go. Everybody. Go ahead, Noah. And Trump and his kids too. What are you talking about?
The point that I'm going to raise, first, I'm just going to let you know that your response is going to be, I don't care. I just care about my kids. And I understand that. But my response is, the issue is that you keep saying, okay, my kids, it's like this scarcity mindset. My kids have a plate. If somebody else kids got a plate. If these sons of illegals are going to have something on their plate, then that's going to be taken away from my kids' plate. If they didn't have that plate, then that's going to go to my son's plate. Now that is not a real argument, because realistically you have no reason to believe that an illegal immigrant getting deprived of the residency is going to bring your children any real value. We know that's not true. We have no reason to believe it is. It sounds right in theory. In practice, it's not. Now, the issue is I am personally an American because of this whole birthright citizenship. When my father was born here, that was when we got our citizenship. And my grandfather was from asylum. He came here on asylum papers, and that's how he started, because he was escaping a war where America infiltrated another country. You speak of infiltration, BJ, and it doesn't make sense to me. America is the last country to talk about other countries, other kids from other countries, children, infants, newborns, infiltrating their country. Because grown adult Americans have infiltrated every country in the damn world, including Maduro's country, including my country, including every country. So you're going to tell me these newborn babies is infiltrating your country, but you're not going to speak on the fact that most of these cases are situations like myself, where my grandfather was seeking asylum. He was stateless, had no papers anywhere. They took away his Palestinian passport and burnt it in the trash. They changed the Palestinian passport into a card, and then they changed the card into nothing. And then he had no country in the world because of America's infiltration. And then he wanted to have his kids have a country, right?
Where did America infiltrate that affected your grandfather? Where
Palestine. Was America supported the infiltration of Palestine. Without America,
who infiltrated Palestine?
America's number one ally, which is a proxy. America is the proxy.
Can you just say the name?
Israel.
Okay,
America's
Israel. Okay.
Without America, Israel is nothing. We know this. 1948.
When was this?
It started in 48 and it continues to this day. It's never stopped.
Okay.
So because of that, if this law was in place, BJ, today I would be stateless. I would have no papers anywhere. Nobody would give me health care. Nobody would give me anything. Okay.
No, you wouldn't. As a lawyer, this is sad, because now as a lawyer, your comprehension is like Kurt's. No, you wouldn't, because your grandfather was over here illegally. He wasn't over here illegally.
On asylum. Asylum is legal.
That's legal. That's legal.
Yes, but asylum.
Okay, so what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
BJ, I'm talking about asylum is temporary papers where you.
It's legal, Noah.
Yes, it is, but it's extremely.
So why are you talking? Why are you talking? Why are you inserting yourself in this?
If I finished, you would understand why I'm talking. If I finished, you understand. Asylum is not permanent residency. Asylum does not give you health care. Asylum does not give you citizenship rights. Asylum is I'm going through shit right now and I need help. That is what asylum is. It's not healthcare. It's not no benefits. It's not nothing. Asylum is just, you know what? You can come stay here for a bit while we figure out what the hell you're going through. And then after asylum, my grandfather tried to get papers, but my grandfather did not get the citizenship until my father came out of my grandmother in California. That is when we became citizens. when my father popped out in California, in America. That is what made us citizens, not asylum. Asylum is an extremely difficult route to get citizenship. And most of the time, it only guarantees you a year or two, a couple years in America for you to sort out your mess. Citizenship.
Are you over here? Are you over here legally for a year when they give you that asylum?
Yes.
Are you a legal person in America?
Yes, but
okay, so what are you talking about?
Okay, so that goes into my second point. Those distinctions you are drawing, I respect, okay? But those distinctions are nowhere near Trump's executive order. Trump's executive order is a blanket ban because Trump only has the mental capacity to write 7 sentences on a paper, tell his lawyer, write up 1 page about this. In Congress, when you want to pass a law the legal way, this goes first, a bill is introduced in the Senate, then it goes to a specialized committee in the specific field that is talking about, that knows what the hell is talking about, not Trump's 2-page bullshit. So when it goes to that committee, they rewrite it, and that's why each law ends up being
explain why Trump's executive order would affect your grandfather.
Basically, after my grandfather was trying to get his asylum papers sorted, which never happened, they just enabled him to stay in America.
So he came over here with no papers.
But he started his paperwork in the Middle East. He came over.
So he just walked over here then. He just came over here with nothing.
No, he had a visa. He got a visa before he came here.
Okay, so that makes him legal, right?
Temporarily, yes. He had a visa with an expiration.
I don't care about the time. Is he legal? Did he come over? Did he sneak over here? Did he sneak over here?
No, he did not.
Okay, so he's legal now.
But the bill would still affect you. The bill doesn't say nothing about legal or illegal.
Come on, bro, you gotta let me talk too. I just let you talk. You gotta let me talk now because I'm asking you questions. Okay. I just heard your whole rundown. I'm asking you questions about your rundown now because I'm just using common sense. Now, your grandfather was over here legally. Him being legal, whether it was temporary or not, him having a child, he's here legally, right? Mm-hmm. Him having a child while he's here with a visa or whatever, wouldn't that make his child a citizen? Because he's here legally, right?
Read the thing you just read. Pull the executive order up and read it. It says unless one of your 2 parents are American. It doesn't say unless one of your 2 parents entered here legally. It doesn't say unless one of your 2 parents had a visa. It said unless one of your parents are American, have a citizenship. So that excludes my situation. So I would be stateless today.
And that's against.
Hold on, Kurt. It targets children of undocumented parents and those on temporary non-immigrant visas, such as student or work visas. So then, your grandfather falls into that category. Yes.
No, he would not.
He wouldn't, or he would.
Temporary non-immigrant visas. Is that what it says?
I don't know what your grandfather. See, you saying so much. I'm asking you questions. You just saying so much. Would that have affected your grandfather? Yes or no?
I believe it would have. And I'm looking at what is a temporary non-immigrant visa. Temporary non-immigrant visa. How is that defined in Trump's 2 pages?
Y'all too stuck on Trump to even.
Temporary non-immigrant visa. The temporary non-immigrant visa includes tourism, business, study, temporary work, temporary asylum. Those are temporary non-immigrant.
So that's what your grandfather had, temporary asylum, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Let me ask.
I still don't have a problem with it.
Let me just ask one question. What is the president's job when it comes to law?
Man, I don't know. I don't care about none of that, bro. I don't.
Okay. Okay.
You tell me. I don't know.
Okay. Congress's job is to pass law, and the president's job is to sign what Congress has passed. It's not his job to pass laws. It's only to enact them. Whatever the Congress say, the majority of Congress, is his job to sign it or veto it. He can't arbitrarily say this is law and then enact it too. That's the difference between.
No, does your country have Congress, a constitution? Who makes the laws in your country?
We have a lawmaking group of people. It's the equivalent of Congress, but it's just one house.
What they call?
Majlis al-Nuwab. I don't know in English.
Y'all have a do y'all have a president?
No, we don't have a president. The king is really just like a figure just for national security. He's not really, it's supposed to be trained in military and national security. He doesn't make any decisions.
And this is an
Parliament.
example.
Parliament is the word. We have a parliament. Yeah.
Got you. This is an example of the effects of what Trump does. Even though Noah said it doesn't affect us at all, it won't be beneficial to American-born people. This is one example, Kurt. But you so worried about Trump kids and his wife and all them.
I don't give a damn about Trump. You the one that seem to care about. Now you gonna bring up some TikTok to prove a point. Like that's real shit. Oh, come on.
Yeah, it is.
I'm a truck driver, right?
This is very real.
Let me tell you the effects of Donald Trump. This company called me begging me to work for them because they couldn't find drivers anymore. Why couldn't they find drivers? Because Donald Trump instituted that you must speak English in order to hold a CDL. For natural-born Americans, people who have been here for centuries, who built the country, now we get opportunities that all they want to about Trump. I'm not saying he's not racist, but what he's doing positively affects me. Now the jobs that were going to illegal immigrants, that they were working for pennies on the dollar. Now,
was y'all able to hear that, or was it choppy?
It was cut off, but I was able to hear it.
It was choppy on my end.
Why I keep doing that, bro? Well, he basically was saying because of it's like every time somebody.
Yeah, he could get a CDL because Trump made a law that they have got to speak English. We heard most of it. Well, the first thing that comes to mind when I hear that is, what about Puerto Ricans? Like, y'all really don't care about Puerto Ricans like that? Like, they can't speak English. Why can't they get a CDL? Like, y'all took the whole territory of Spanish-speaking people and nobody gives a shit.
I didn't take anything. You know,
your
everybody
country,
took.
DJ, your country.
But guess what? No, your people took too. We're not gonna keep acting like Americans are the only ones that infiltrated or took land.
My people have
Arabs killed and murdered people and took. Africans killed, murdered people and took.
DJ, let's talk
Jews
about today.
killed, murdered people and took. Everyone has done it. Everyone.
Right, but I don't defend it. You sit here defending it because I benefit from it. So you woohoo.
You benefiting from it too.
But I'm not going. What do you mean? I'm not saying woohoo. I'm still saying I can't. I'm still. You're the only one who's just okay with any.
I'm because I'm talking about me and mine. No, I'm not.
Exactly, because you don't care who you gotta step on to get what you and yours need to get. You don't care.
Who am I stepping on? Who am I stepping on? No?
Puerto Ricans want a CDL.
How am I stepping on Puerto Ricans?
Because you're saying, oh, if black people are gonna get more CDLs because there's this English law requirement, then great.
Well, then they should learn how to speak English. They should learn how to speak English. How am I stepping on Puerto Ricans?
Because a lot of Puerto Ricans can't speak English. They don't need to speak
that's not my fault. That's on them. Or guess what? They could be truck drivers in Puerto Rico. They don't have to learn English over there. What are you talking about? Just because I'm worried about me and mine. Listen, I'm not the person.
Is that a federal law? Is that a federal law?
I'm not the person. I've never been the type to step on nobody for me to get mine. I don't even teach that. I don't worry about other people. I worry about me.
Physically step.
I didn't come home with nothing and built what I got, worrying about or stepping on people. I just worked hard. I just grind. I grind. I don't gotta step on nobody. I grind.
But you're okay with your country stepping on other people if it's.
I don't have a choice. You're over here benefiting off of America stepping on people. You're over here benefiting too, no? You didn't say, no, I'm not going to come over there because America done killed these people. America done enslaved blacks. You talking about everybody else. But guess what? America started with my people first, the Africans. America is built off of what they did to Africans. What are we talking about here? If anything, if I should be mad about anything, it should be Africa, what they did to Africa first. You want me to care about Puerto Ricans and everybody else? You see what the fuck they did to Africa? We fucked up. The Haitians messed up. Everybody black is everything black is tore down, and y'all want me to worry about everybody else but black. Is that crazy? Not me. not me. But I'm not championing. Oh yeah, forget them, forget the Chinese, forget the Puerto Ricans. No, I'm not championing that. I'm not making the rules. I'm not making the laws. I'm just playing the game, like you playing the game. No, you're over here playing the game as well. We just playing the game. That's all. If it was my choice, American. If it was up to me right now, it wouldn't be near American soldier overseas. Not one. Not one. But I wouldn't be allowing people to walk over here too, undocumented people just to come over here either. I wouldn't allow that either. And if I'm a villain for that, if I'm gonna be a villain for that, then I'm gonna be a villain for that. Forget it. You got it. So leaders have to make the tough decisions. That's all. And I'm a truck driver, and what he's saying is correct.
Y'all, I'm a truck driver, right?
Even though he's on TikTok.
Let me tell you the effects of Donald Trump. This company called me begging me to work for them because they couldn't find drivers anymore. English in order to hold a CDL. That means people who are natural born Americans, people who have been here for centuries, who built the country, now we get opportunities that all these foreigners would get. Say what you want to about Trump. I'm not saying he's not racist, but what he's doing positively affects me. Now the jobs that were going to legal immigrants, they were working for pennies.
It's choppy, real choppy.
I don't have a problem with that. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, you know, I understand his point. You know, the video was choppy again, BJ. The other side to that, the other side to that are jobs such in the agricultural department. Them taking those immigrants that was working the fields. Who's going to take those jobs?
Super fat. Go ahead, Kurt.
Who's going to take those? Who's going to fill those jobs when the illegals are no longer out there picking cotton? Is that supposed to be a job for my child or opportunity? No.
Picking cotton? What are you talking about?
Cotton, potatoes, strawberry. You know, a lot of the Mexican immigrants were working agricultural in the agricultural department of this country. Those are the ones that get our produce and all of that.
All right, so you're concerned that your kids might have to work the agricultural part?
No, my kid. No, my question was, who is supposed to work that opportunity?
Americans, whoever's left, whoever needs a job. Why not? Why not? What's wrong with working agriculture? What's wrong with picking cotton or something or whatever you're talking about?
I had a funny story. I think I once told you when I first came to Atlanta back in 96. You know, of course, I'm willing to take any job I can get because I need to get on my grind. So they said, we got a labor job for you. So I had to be there at 3:30 in the morning because we had to drive way out. Man, when they stopped, it was out there in the cotton field. By the time I got 30 minutes in, dude, I'm not about to do this. I felt like 12 years a slave. I'm not doing this.
What was you doing when you was in prison? How much time you did again? 13 years?
I was pressing license plates.
For free?
For $7.50 a month. But
for $7.50 a month, you press license plate. How much they was charging you how much they was paying you to pick cotton?
$10, okay? But listen to this. Listen to this.
Hold on. I already listened to you. I got a question. Go ahead, Kurt.
Okay. Under the law, when you are convicted of a felony, you're stripped. You're stripped, and you can read this in the law. You're stripped of all of your constitutional rights. That means you are now. You are now a slave. You are considered a slave. Free labor. is what they get out of you. As a free man, there is no way in the world that I'm going to accept working out in the fields, picking no cotton for $10 an hour with an overseer over me.
I see where we differ at in a lot of things. I see where we differ at in a lot of things. It's just gonna be that way, because you work for $7 a month. You work for $7 a month in prison. Well, I'm sure you worked with a smile on your face. You was on time every time you had to press a license plate. You was on time and
You
everything.
know something?
You probably did overtime. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, I did. You know why?
Yeah, you
Because
did
I used to
overtime. Listen to him, chat. Listen to him. You did
no,
overtime and everything.
let me finish before you interject your
I thought you
bullshit.
was
No,
finished, bro. Come on, Kurt. Go ahead.
don't
Come
think
on,
that I'm
Kurt.
finished when I'm still talking. I took those license plates and made knives. Okay, because I had to fight in the penitentiary, and so I made my money off of them trying to slave me. You know, because that's what they do. Either you're gonna work or they're gonna put you in the hole.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah.
All right. So you work for $7.50 a month, right? I should have did the math while you was talking, but I'm sure that's some cents an hour, whatever. You didn't have a problem with that. You didn't have a problem with being a legal slave. You didn't have a problem with that. You did it.
What you mean? I didn't have a problem.
Overtime. You did overtime and everything. You didn't have a problem with it because you didn't go to the hole. You kept doing it. So
No,
you
I
didn't.
went
So
to the.
therefore, you didn't have a problem. You didn't
No,
have a problem.
I went to the hole a few times. You see, you're interjecting what you think. I went to the hole a
Kurt,
few
you
times.
just said it was either that or go to the hole. I'm
Right.
listening to you, Kurt.
Okay,
You
but
just
you
said it
didn't
was
ask.
either that or go to
You
the hole.
and sometimes I went to the hole. Sometimes I got out and made knives. They catch you with the knives. You go to the hole. I ain't going no work.
But you went back to work, right?
I worked and I worked in the law library too.
Okay, you worked. So you didn't have a problem working in prison for whatever they was paying you for, but you had a problem coming out and working for $10 an hour just
Wait,
because you was picking cotton.
wait. Okay, the difference is, first of all, you have no choices in prison. Ain't no choice.
Yes, you do.
Prison
Yes, you do.
is a prison is a punishment. You see, I was against me being locked up, but what was I gonna do? Break out? No, I couldn't break out. I could try to, but I have a choice out here into society whether I want to go out in a field and for an hour, for a whole hour, pick cotton and prick my fingers, as opposed to say, you said a laborer's job. I thought that laborer meant more so like, maybe help turn down a building and my experience is in warehousing, and you labor in the warehouse. You got me out in the field where all I see is cotton balls. I got a choice whether I want to work that. I'm not going to work that.
Hey, let me ask the chat something. The chat, if you came home from jail and had to work in a cotton field for $10 an hour after you've been in prison for over 10 years, working for pennies, working for basically nothing, would y'all quit too? Would y'all have quit or would y'all have worked? Me personally, I would have worked in the cotton field until I had to do until I found another job. I would have done it. But guess what? I was in prison too, multiple times. And while in prison, my first time ever in prison, they had us doing swing blading. Y'all know how y'all see them old movies like in Life? If you remember in Life how they had the black and white stuff on, we had the
Chain
black and
gang.
white stuff on because I was in chain gang in Carrollton County with the big swing axe, swing bang. I didn't even know how to do it. The man was trying to show me. The officer got off the bus and tried to show me how to do it. I still wouldn't do it. I'm not doing this. So you know what they did? They called the lieutenant and the police and everybody to come out here and lock me up and put me in the hole because that was my choice to go to the hole. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that shit for free. What I look like? Then I did a week in the hole. Then they put me back outside to what they call the landfill. Now I'm on. It's called the bull jump detail, where you got to clean the landfill up. I'm out here watching these niggas is cleaning the landfill. How do you clean a landfill? I'm sitting on a bus. I'm not even getting off the bus. Then I started getting off the bus to walk around because the bus is too hot. It's summertime. It's Carrollton County, 2008, 2007, something like that. 107 degrees all summer. I get off the bus, start walking. It's snakes and everything in the landfill, man. White boys chasing the snakes with axes and all types of stuff. They having fun in the landfill. I'm the only person miserable, stressed out. I'm not doing nothing. Black officer, black nigga from Bahamas, Fulford. He called, Knight, I want to see you helping. Knight, I want to see you picking something up too. I'm not picking nothing up. I'm not doing anything. Come back out, lock me up again. I went back to the hole. I'm not doing it, bro. Wherever. I don't give a damn. But guess what? I'll come out and pick some cotton for $10 an hour. But I'm not gonna be in prison doing none of that bullshit, none of that slavery. I'm not. I went to the hole both times until they finally put me in the kitchen. And that's where I stayed. I stayed in the kitchen, eating everything I want, doing whatever I wanted, all over that jail for 3 years in that prison. I'm not gonna be doing no swing, none of this slavery. I'm not with it. No, sir. Put me in the hole. No, sir. No.
Well, see, I said the same thing. Because I was in the tag plant, I was able to do a lot of things, such as, was able to eat. I was able to trade knives and be able to eat everything I wanted, because I get you 5 or 6 knives and you'll cook me whatever I want in prison. And see, my prison time was in Missouri. Yours was in Georgia in the 2000s. Mine was in 77, which was long before your time. You know what I'm saying? So no, as a free man, there's no way I'm going out there and pick. The Mexicans were happy to do that because picking cotton for $10 an hour.
That's a very racist statement. The Mexicans were happy to pick cotton. That's a very racist statement. How you know they happy to pick cotton?
Because that's who.
A Mexican told you that?
Yeah, they was happy. They was the majority of people that was out there. They was like, shit,
They didn't have nothing, or they just took what they can to provide for their family.
Right. They took what they can. I got a choice to pick what I can. I picked a laborer's job. They just didn't give me the whole layout, what my labor job consisted of. They just took me out there. Because if I'd have knew that they were saying, well, you're going to be picking cotton for $10 an hour, I would have said, no, give me another job, because I have that choice as a free person. I'm going to do this. You know what I'm saying? I'll take a laborer's job, say like tearing down a building and moving and stacking the bricks, coming out, and I had been out of prison a while, so I had experience doing other things such as forklift operation and warehousing. So the type of job I'm looking for, yes, it might be in labor, but it ain't in agricultural out there in nobody's field. I'm not doing that kind of work. That's my choice.
That's fine. That's your choice, Kurt. That's your choice. You told your story and you said what you would and would not do. I just told my story and said what I would and would not do. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. I'm not doing none of that. You know what I'm saying? I just, I ain't with it. But it was just amazing to me that someone could work for $7.50 a month, but come home and don't have nothing, and just because it's picking cotton. But that's your right too.
But see, your narrative is like I came out of prison and immediately came to Georgia. No, I had years in between the time I got
about Georgia.
Well, see, that's what
nothing about nothing.
This is what I'm saying. I didn't just come out of prison and my first job was they sent me out there in the field to pick cotton. I got out of prison and had been on parole, walked down my parole and worked all kind of other different jobs, and would accept whatever I could in order to take
jobs. What other jobs? Kurt, you're the one that brought up the story. I did this. Then when I came home, they tried to give me a job picking up cotton. I didn't know you had other jobs.
That ain't what I said. See, that just goes to show how much you hear me. That's not what I said. See, the first job that I had when I came down to Georgia in 1996, that was 7 years after I got out of prison.
Okay, so you went from all I heard was your prison job and the Georgia
Exact,
job. Okay, I don't know the
exact.
time frame, Kurt. I don't even care about the time frame.
But
You told me
that,
about your prison job, and then you told me about picking cotton. That's it.
but no, what I said, you didn't hear. You wasn't
You right.
listening.
You right. You right.
I,
What
I
other
said
jobs you had
I done worked all kind of warehouse jobs.
before the cotton job? Before the cotton job.
I worked all kind of jobs. I worked in warehousing. I worked, pallet jacks, forklift, laborer's job, construction. Whatever job temp agency would send me on. Because I was a laborer, I didn't really have a whole bunch of skills. I had to learn different things while I was in warehousing, like driving a forklift, how to, lift certain material, or how to, ship certain material. But when I came to Georgia,
Where they sent you at to pick cotton in Georgia? Where they sent you?
I don't know. It was somewhere in South Georgia, somewhere. It was way out. I know
It
I
had to
went
be
to.
way. I just thought about that. I didn't know you was talking about Georgia, but
Yeah, no,
yeah, they
no.
had to be way down south.
I came to Georgia in '96, and the temp agency was labor ready. They pay you by the day.
I work for Labor Ready too.
And
I work
so
for Labor Ready too.
they just sent me on a job, a laborer's job. It was way out, about maybe 45 minutes out, and somewhere and way down.
It had to be further than that. I don't know nowhere 45 minutes that got some cotton fields.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
But
That's a major
this
crop
this this
in
this is
Georgia.
Mama Tingo. She's the star of the night. She's the headliner for the night. Mama Tingo, man. Mama Tingo wasn't with none of that bull crap neither.
Dominican Republic. 350 black farming families worked 8,000 acres for 50 years. And Pablo Diaz said it was his land now. Barbed wire went up. Bulldozers came. Armed guards patrolled. The families were being erased. Then one woman refused to leave. Mama Tingo, 52 years old, couldn't read a single word, couldn't write her own name, but she understood something the rich landowner didn't. Land belongs to those who work it. The organized farmer led to protests, marched to government offices. Officials dismissed her. Dark-skinned, uneducated, poor, a woman. She didn't stop. Got them a court hearing. Finally, justice. November 1st, 1974. The day arrived. Pablo Diaz didn't show up. Mid-hearing, and in. Mama Tingo, your escaped. She rushed together. It was a setup. Pablo's foreman, Ernesto's, had released them deliberately. He was waiting with a shotgun. Mama Tingo saw him, grabbed her machete. 2 shots, head, chest. She fell, fighting. The news exploded across the Dominican Republic. The government that had ignored her for months suddenly couldn't ignore this. Public outrage forced their hand. Within weeks, they returned all 8,000-acre 300 families. Mama Tingo won in death what she'd fought for in life. Her killer, arrested. Released on bail months later. Never truly punished. But the land, the families kept it. To this day, 50 years later, a metro station in Santo Domingo bears her name. A statue stands in Monte Plata. The entire region was renamed Mama Tingo.
Man, I don't know why it's acting up like that, bro. It'd be cool
Yeah.
until multiple windows open. Y'all didn't hear none of that?
No,
Yeah.
we heard. Kurt, you wasn't able to hear any of it. I heard
It was real choppy. It like
in the middle, right before she got killed. I watched her get killed, and I watched the part before, but in the middle, it started getting choppy. At the end, and beginning, it was fine.
That was a good one, man. Mama Tingo, man.
No, it's definitely
Real Mama Tingo.
put that on the chat line. Push that on the chat.
I just didn't know what happened before she got killed. The guy didn't show up. Then what happened? That's the part
Before she got killed. Oh, so it was basically Africans that was those are the Spanish speaking Africans. They Dominicans basically, but they're dark skin. All the dark skin. They had 8,000 acres, and the other Spanish who are lighter skinned Spanish came and told them it's their land now. kicked them off, made them work it or whatever. Now I think they actually kicked them off. But anyway, Mama Tingo wasn't going for that, and they basically killed her. But the court, she was going to court or whatever, and they finally after her death, they finally gave the land back to the families who worked there because it's supposed to be whoever works the land is their land. You know what I mean? But that's crazy. Will, your window is still up. Is there any way you could take your window down? The videos they play until your window is still up. Maybe that might be it. That was a good video. But her name is Mama Tingo, and that area in the Dominican Republic is still named after her and stuff. Kanye said slavery was a choice. Yeah, slavery was a choice. I worked in a steel plant for $10 an hour when I first came home. In the Confederate with the Confederate flag up and all that. Everybody, all them white boys, them white people that came up there had Confederate in Gainesville, Georgia. All of them had Confederate flags. All of them. I worked in there.
Yeah. When I came down this last time in Georgia, out there at ABB, they got the Confederate flag up. To this day, they still fly that Confederate flag.
BJ talks about the jobs in jail the exact same way you do. I think y'all both got problems with authority.
Oh, that's what Will asked too.
Yeah. When you was talking, I was like, you sound exactly like
Because hey, didn't you work for that same place Jazz worked at what Public?
Yeah, I worked at Publix too. I never kept a job though. I never kept a job. I can't.
Because you only work, people only work jobs that they like, because I know I changed a lot of jobs, out of necessity because I have to take care of my family. But, some jobs you may go to and be like, after about a week, some people 2 weeks, they gone. That's not the type of job I want to work. So, choices are to be made. And I do know that when I was out in the country and some other labor jobs that I worked, a lot of the Mexican immigrants, because they're accustomed to, agriculture, they like working those jobs because $10 an hour in Mexican money is like $100. They gonna go get that. They do agriculture. I believe I don't know what the percentage is, but if you look up the percentage, there's a major percentage of immigrants, Mexican immigrants, that work our agricultural land that produces the food to get to market. You take that away, that food is going to spoil. Because it's not going to get to market. It's not going to get to the chain where it can get put on your trucks where you could deliver it. Because you ain't got no people to work.
Somebody got to work it. That's crazy that you think just because the Mexicans ain't going to work. And then there's legal Mexicans. I seen Shakara said that. Yeah, the legal Mexicans can still do that job. Why we the only country? We got to be the only country that's sitting here saying we need illegal immigrants to do. You sound like you remind me of the girl. Raven Simone, she said that on The View before they kicked her off. She said, yeah, because who's gonna clean our dirty toilets? Yeah. She said, yo, who's gonna clean our toilets?
Yeah,
it's like, yo,
BJ.
y'all think the Mexicans are the only ones that could
because you're the only country built off of that. Like people just think that's just what the backs of illegal immigrants, whether that was whoever the hell America did not think was American enough at the time.
Because if they don't do it, are your children gonna do it? No.
The white people have always thought that. The white people was never willing to do any other jobs. Like realistically, it is a racist concept because it starts from racism. It's not really, you know what I mean? Like its origins isn't racism because originally the white people were like, yeah, of course we ain't doing that shit. Let them do it. So it's you know what I mean? Like a racist mentality. But today it's just like that's just how America's been.
Because our people will say, I got a better opportunity working in a warehouse or another job than to sit and spend the next hour to get way out in the rural area and,
That's what
and
I was about to say.
you know, and
Yeah.
for little or nothing, I'm working my back off, and then another hour to get home. You know, you can't pay me enough to do that.
That's what I was about to say. Most of that is there's a lot of Americans that don't live in these places, and I pick up and deliver at these places.
Right.
It's especially talking about Black Americans. We don't live in these places, these rural areas where there's a whole bunch of land and they need somebody to work it. We don't live in these places. You know what I'm saying? So we would have to drive an hour and a half, 2 hours away. But it is the Mexicans, Spanish people, and the illegal immigrants that go to these places to live, room and board, and work these places. Yeah, it is. But now what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to pay some citizens, some American citizens, if they want their product to be moved, to be picked and moved. Now you gotta pay. You can't do that no more. And it's not right. Y'all think it's right that they get to underpay these people because they're illegal immigrants? Because that's what's happening. So you guys agree with that?
No, what I think they should do, not only pay, but allow our people to not live out there, but give them some land out there that they own. So then now all I got to do is drive 15 minutes down the road to that farm and work the farm.
Shakura said, but they are fighting to come over here illegally to clean the white people's toilets.
Yeah, because that our dollar is worth $100 of their own money. They sending that money back home.
I just feel like y'all turn everything into a race. They talk about like, okay, so y'all don't like, so this is where we at, chat. For the people who's just tuning in, this is where we at. Noah and Kurt don't like the executive order that Trump made for stating that there's only two genders. They don't like that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So Kurt, all right, so Kurt ain't with that. Noah's by herself. Noah don't like that. Noah
doesn't like setting a precedent where the president makes laws. She specifically disclaimed that she was not talking about the contents of either of the two examples that were brought up. She was talking about the concept that this constitutes a law and presidents shouldn't make laws because presidents are too dumb to make laws.
Let me ask you this. Do you want more than two genders? Do you think there's only two genders?
I don't think that needs to be a law anywhere in the world that specifies the number of genders. My country doesn't have that law. We don't feel the need to put that into law. We think we can just leave that to science and just, people.
Because your country don't have a law. Your country don't have the bull crap that America has. Your country has.
We just don't feel the need to just say scientific, basic biological facts about biology in the law. We don't feel the need to say that.
Let me ask you this. Do y'all have transgender children?
No, we don't. And if we do, we don't see them. I don't know.
Do you have transgenders, period, in your country?
There's gay people, but there's not. I've never seen a transgender until I went to Broadway and Park.
In America. So
New York.
So what are the gay people how do gay people treated and looked at in your country?
Not good, and I don't think it's not good, honestly. My best friend's brother was gay, but very closeted. Everybody just knew it, but nobody said it. We just don't talk about it, and
that's why your country don't have to have an executive order saying there's only two genders.
I don't think any other Western country really feels the need to talk about
the West needs it. The West needs it.
Does the UK have a law specifying how many genders there is?
Would you be okay?
The UK is messed up too.
In Canada.
The UK is messed up too. The West is messed up. No, the West is
why
finished.
We gotta make that a law? Like why we gotta make that a law?
Wait, if we allow one president to just pass executive orders that is followed by according to law, would you be okay if a president came in and said, I'm gonna sign an executive order that black people are 3/4 of a person?
Ask me when it happens, bro. I'm not gonna go into that. You want to keep bringing up the one man.
I'm just saying, presidents not have a right.
To your question, isn't it still in the Constitution? Isn't that still in the Constitution that black people are only 3/5 or something? Isn't it still in the Constitution?
No, it was overturned by law. That's what allowed so-called black people to be able to vote. because at one point they were considered 3/4.
I want to know if it's still.
And I'm not exactly sure, so don't let me really,
I'm looking it up.
Yeah. And if it is, it was Congress that passed that, not a president. President only signs and enacts what Congress passed.
Oh, so you cool with as long as Congress passes, it's cool. But if only one
If
man
the
passes, not
Congress,
cool.
if the Congress pass it, it is law.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. And
So
the
then
president,
so you only have a problem if Trump does it, one man does it. But if Congress does, you don't have a problem with it.
because in order for it to become law, he has to sign it. That means the Congress, 3/4 of the Congress, that's 75%. That means the majority of people agree with this law. And then the president signs it because the majority of people agree with that type of constitutional law.
All right, so you'll be cool when they did. As long as Congress passes it, it's okay in your book.
Not necessarily, because I may not agree with it, but still, that's the way our laws are passed.
Yes or no? No, you're not with it. Got you. What you saying, no?
BJ, it's because for me with Congress, normally when there's a law that has loopholes or it could hurt certain people, that's the whole process of Congress, is that you have a specialized committee that's trying to mitigate the impact of a potentially harsh law by drawing exceptions, expanding on. That's why I talk I don't think the executive order to me like a really dumb lawyer wrote it in 2 days. It's not, nobody's thinking about the potential impact of it. Nobody's thinking long term. Nobody's thinking who that could affect. That's the role of a government, especially America, when there's so many different people in America, so many different interests. Somebody got to think about that, and I think that's Congress's job. The president.
Hey, chat. Let me ask the chat something. Do you guys in the chat have a problem with the 2-gender executive order or the birthright citizenship executive order? Who else has a problem with that?
I specifically did not want to talk about them, but okay. I was just, you want to talk about these two so bad.
It wasn't even on the topic list. It just came up.
I don't want to bring them up. You kept asking for examples. I don't want to give examples.
Yeah, because I be needing examples because y'all just be talking.
But now
I gotta know if what you're talking about is correct, or if it's something you're really talking about.
That's the thing. My
y'all
point
just be talking out of emotion. A lot of the time, y'all talk about y'all talking from emotions because y'all hate Trump so much. But I want to know what it is he's really done that you're saying is wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Reduce that's the thing. My point stands no matter what it is. What he's done is reduce the amount of checks and balances required to control a deranged president. Not that he's the deranged president, but to control any deranged president, although I think he is.
Unfortunately, Jordan is one of the few Muslim countries where homosexuality is not illegal, because according to the Bible and Quran, homosexuality is illegal.
Dawood, realistically, that's kind of the product of colonialism. We kept a lot of the British laws when they came in. We've just been around for 50 years, but I'm just defending that for you. As a Muslim country, they do have most Muslim laws, but after the British left, they kept most of their laws too.
So y'all was conquered by the British?
Yeah, until 1948.
Why you keep talking about America and Israel?
I don't like the British either, but they kind of got their act together now a little bit.
The British kind of got their act together?
Compared to last century, they're doing a lot better. Compared to 1900s, what do you mean?
Why you ain't go over there and become a lawyer? Why you not a lawyer in Britain?
I went to law school in London.
BJ,
I lived in Britain for 4 years. That was the first foreign place I went to, BJ. I did not really have this plan in mind. London was my first stop, but apparently the ceiling there is still lower than here. America still had more opportunity.
But let me ask you a question. I'm just putting this question out. Okay, we look at the problems of immigration. We haven't looked at the cause. What caused all of these people to migrate from one place to the next? What's the reason? Why did it all of a sudden become necessary for all these people to immigrate from this area to that area to, to try to get to do what? I mean, what was the cause of this mass migration of immigrants?
I don't know.
And I'll tell you what it was. It was instability. America has caused instability and chaos in almost every country in the world. And then when the people are running away from the bombs and the corruption, America started, other countries as well as America started accepting those people that was running away from the instability that was created. It's just like when they went over there and got Gaddafi, they created instability and the people started running away from that country. So they ran to a place that would give them asylum. And now we saying we don't want y'all either. Going back to that country, that shithole country that we destroyed and created financial instability. So I don't get that.
Well, I'm never gonna agree with millions of undocumented people just walking into this country. Every country has a border. Every country has steps and a process to go through before you get there, before you can become a citizen. What Joe Biden did in 2021, 22, or 22 or 23, 24 is unheard of. No,
Don't stop. Don't stop there.
That's never been done. I don't know. I don't know why it's so accepted now. Why, and I don't understand why Americans, especially Black Americans, are so cool with it. I don't understand why Black Americans are so overprotective of illegal immigrants, especially the Spanish illegal immigrants. They don't give a damn about y'all. Nobody gives a damn about Black people. Nobody cares about Black people. Why Black people are so caring about somebody or other people? And it's funny how I become the villain when I say I don't give a damn about everybody else but my people. It's amazing to me. But everybody else want Black people to care about. Guess what? Black people been the caring people from the beginning. That's why we in the mess. That's why we in the situation we in now, because we've been the most caring. That's why. I learned from history. I look at history and say, "Oh, I wouldn't do that." No, I'm not doing that because that didn't work for him. No, I'm not gonna be Martin Luther King. That didn't work for him. He got his brains blew out and his family been messed up ever since. Come on. No, I'm not going that route.
You don't become the villain because of that. I just feel like you have an extreme standpoint. Like I feel like I'm fully justified to not care about anybody in the world except Palestinians right now in light of what's going on. I wouldn't feel like a villain if I didn't care about, but I don't like I can't.
What's the difference?
It's too
What's
extreme.
The difference? Hold on. What's the difference between you caring about Palestinians and not caring about let me ask the question. What's the difference between you caring about your people and not giving a damn about anybody else, and me caring about my people and not giving a damn about anybody else?
Because I didn't say that. I said I feel like I would be justified in having that stance. I wouldn't be the villain. But realistically, I've always cared about other people. I spent years of my life trying to free Black people from death row. Was that my fight? No. Could I have been just in the Palestinian legal? There was 70 associations for Palestine I could have spent all my time on. I didn't. I naturally found myself that there were some things in my face that I thought was just horrible. Do I care more about Palestinians than other minorities or other people, oppressed groups? Yes, I do care more about my people. But does that mean that when I found out that there was people in my class that were freeing wrongfully convicted prisoners in America, that I didn't just think, damn, that's fucked up. I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know people was getting locked up for nothing for 30 years. Let me see what I could do. Let me see what this is about. Like, it's not about I must always just think about my people. To me, it's just an extreme stance sometimes, because sometimes Puerto Ricans, honestly, like I don't know that many Puerto Ricans. But it's like sometimes when I found out they couldn't vote and shit like that, I thought it was crazy. It's not about you. It's just about the degree. Like anything that extreme where you feel like you don't care who gets impacted. I don't care if a Black baby gets impacted, a Puerto Rican baby. All I care is if it's Palestinian. Like that to me is just a pretty harsh stance, and it's just not humane. Because at the end of the day, I see humans faster than I see he's from there, he's from that. And I understand why Black people and certain groups feel the need. And I know a lot of Palestinians like that too, honestly. They think say those exact sentences to me. But it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's a strange world to live in where you feel like the only person you can empathize with is the one that looks exactly like you.
I don't feel that way. I don't know. Maybe because the way I'm saying, I don't even know. I don't even see how you getting that from what I'm saying. Because I'm not saying. I
You
just
see it in an
said.
extreme way. I don't
I
know if you
just said.
feel that it's extreme.
This is what I mean. I don't be cutting y'all off. I let y'all finish and I go. I don't. I don't see how being extreme is saying. I just 20 minutes ago. I just finished saying. I never had to step on nobody for me to do me. Never. I never had to down other people or anybody else for me to do me. I don't even teach that. I don't promote that neither. I'm the one that's been up here. I flipped on Trump months ago because I don't like what I didn't Netanyahu or I've been calling them niggas demonic from the beginning because of what they doing to the Palestinians. I flipped on Trump because of what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, not the blacks. I flipped on Trump because he's co-signing Netanyahu. They're over there. They're doing it to the Palestinians, not the blacks. I flipped on Trump behind that. You know what I mean? I don't condone that. But my energy is gonna go to me and mine, and you're confusing me and mine with black, all blacks. I don't mess with blacks. You said people that look like me? No, I don't mess with all blacks. I mess with me and mine. I don't mess with all blacks. I got an old redneck Mr. Rogers out here, 70 years old. Redneck. I could call him right now. He gonna get out his bed for me. I will rock with Mr. Rogers before a lot of blacks. No, I rock with you. I said this plenty of times. No, I rock with you before a lot of blacks. But I deal with people. I gotta see your spirit. I don't do color of none of that. But my energy go to mine, me and mine. I don't have extra energy. I'm not a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? I can't fight the good fight for people that's locked up unjustly and all that. I don't have that. I don't even have time for that. Because I've been bullshitting over half my life. So I'm limited. I just got my life together 5 years ago. You think I got time to waste trying to be we are the world? Nah, I got too many kids. I got too many kids to worry about. I got to worry about me and mine first. Let me get straight. I'm messed up. Man, one incident will finish me. Ain't nobody gonna come pay these bills for my kids. Ain't nobody gonna come take care of my kids. I'm a multi convicted felon. One incident will finish me. Finish me for real. Like no jokes aside. Finish me. They just sentenced me to a 10-4 for possession of marijuana because of my background. Any little thing I get into, I am done. I ain't got time. I got to use all my energy. The last bit of energy I have to use to make sure mine is straight. Then we could talk about everybody else. But I can't. I'm sorry. BJ can't focus on the Puerto Ricans. Can't worry about the Mexicans. Can't worry about the Chinese because me and mine ain't straight. That's
BJ,
it.
that makes complete sense. But I feel like when you translate it, the reason I said what I said is because when you're talking a political debate purely, what it sounds like is, I don't care if this president is impacting 7 other races this way because mine will mostly benefit from this policy. I don't care about indirectly condoning the other actions by supporting somebody that's screwing a bunch of other people. But as long as they not me and mine, but that's how it sounds. So that's why I said what I said. But no, like what you say now is like, yeah, I understand why personally on a personal level versus on a debating a political topic on a podcast level. I understand your position, but when we're just talking politics, to me, it just sounds like, so you don't care about none of these other whatever because just you and yours they're not.
Y'all got to make sure Martin Luther King cared about everyone. Was the biggest. Cared about everyone. Did everything right.
It's noble.
Did everything right. It's noble. That's all he gets. That's all he gets. It's
But
noble.
isn't there any value to that? Like,
not in my eyes.
It's like if you were good, BJ, if you and yours were good, like everything is straight. The policies is in place. There's 20 backup plans.
Yeah.
Is there time to be noble then?
Yeah. Yeah. They're not gonna, but I'm still gonna start with my community. Because my community is in shambles. These 14, 15, 16-year-olds are killing each other. My people. I don't got time to focus on nobody else when these kids is killing each other. They don't understand that they going to a level 5 for this murder charge. They don't get it. And the niggas gonna rape them. They don't understand it. I seen it. I seen it myself, Kurt. I don't know if you could contest to that, but I've seen these old niggas manipulate these kids like they're their friends, and they're gonna show them the ropes to prison life, and then next thing you know, they raping them. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it. I've literally and this is how I always get caught up in stuff too, because I don't be minding my business. Once again, I it always come back to bite me in the ass when I don't mind my business. You know how many niggas I done told don't do this? Don't do that. Don't join that. Don't join that gang. Don't get with them, man. I don't know why you messing with them. Them niggas like punks. Plenty of times. All types of stuff. Even on the streets. All the drama I done had was from me trying to help other people. Now I just gotta concentrate on me and mine. That's all I'm saying. I don't want stuff to happen to other people. I don't. But this is the way of the world. That's it. It's the way of the world. You know what I mean? I had something else to say, but I forgot that fast. Something I was saying.
Yeah, Shakur. Great Britain took over
Oh, my fault.
Jordan very, very recently. My grandparents grew up under the British.
Kurt, the cause is European colonization. You are absolutely correct. Even black people don't care about black people. That's a fact. Immigrants, no black elected officials, by the most part, are not fighting for African Americans receiving reparations. That's another thing.
That's another thing. Right.
That's another thing. We don't get nothing. We don't get nothing. The Jews got reparations. The Japanese got reparations.
The Vietnamese got reparations.
Got reparations. Blacks get nothing. Oh, this was the point I was gonna bring up. Dre, you still in here? My man Dre. He Haitian.
But I thought you said that
hold on, Kurt.
blacks got Black Wall Street.
Hold on, Kurt. That wasn't a reparation. That's something we built. But I was just talking to my man Dre the other day, a couple weeks ago, when whatever happened, Trump and them was doing something. There was whatever Trump and them was doing. Something happened. Trump was doing something. And the first thing I did, I text my man Dre. I say, yo, the Venezuelan stuff. When the Venezuelan stuff was going on and all that stuff, I hit my man. Because right before that, they were setting up to deport all the Haitians out of America. Do y'all remember that? Just like last month. All the Haitians that came over here on the temporary stuff you talking about, why they going after the Haitians so soon? Why they going after the Haitians so fast? It's a whole lot of other people over here on temporary visas, but they going straight to the Haitians. But as soon as they got sidetracked by the Venezuelan stuff, all that, I hit you. I say, yo, now it's time for the Haitians to get low. Now it's time for the Haitians to use this time to get their stuff in order. You know what I'm saying? Whether you got to make sure you can't be found or whatever. But that's what I was telling my man. Yo, now it's time for all the Haitians that's over here on their temporary stuff to get low. Underground Railroad type low. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be nothing in your name. Nothing. You know what I mean? That's come on, man.
But that was my whole point. If you're gonna institute this law, institute it for everybody and not just aim it at certain people, the Haitians or the Brazilians or somebody over here. You ain't aiming it at those European immigrants that have came over here.
That's a good question right here. That's a good question.
I don't see immigration going after now person of European descent that are immigrants over here. Legal or
this is a good question right here. Do any immigrants support black people in our fight for reparation? I haven't seen any.
Probably not.
I haven't seen any. Dawood said we flipped on Trump because he became Netanyahu's chick. We all did. We all did. We was supporting Trump. We was riding with Trump because of the stuff he was saying implementing over here. But once again, I flipped on Trump because of his alignment with Israel and what they doing to the people over there. I could easily be like, shit, I don't care about them. That's them. But when I see these videos of these babies and they crying and they living in rain, they tents is flooded, they don't got no food, they eating sand and all that. Yeah, my spirit won't allow me to even do that. It won't allow me to feel that way. So that's why I'm able to sit in front of the camera on YouTube and say, man, I ain't messing with Trump, man. F him. I've been saying we got to reevaluate what Hitler was doing. What Hitler was doing. Hitler might have been right. I said that last year on YouTube. Hitler might have been right all this time, man.
You know what I think one of the solutions is? You know how in America, the working class, after a certain age, I think it's 67, they force you to retire. Why are all our politicians like, that Walters lady, Trump, them 90, 80-year-old men, they need to get out of politics and let some young, fresh, new minds get in and start creating policy for America. These progressive minds. Let's say BJ or or BJ's son or my son or somebody. Put a time limit on the politicians like they do on the everyday working person. You let these old men that were born back when my mama was born rule the country and pass laws under this, as I use, that draconian law, how they thought of, like you call them, these old niggas shit. We need some fresh ideas.
I agree with that.
Get rid of them. Oh, you've been here long enough. You know what I'm saying? And your laws ain't worked yet. Immigration or whatever, economics, whatever. Get rid of them. You shouldn't be able to. You can't become president before you 25. You could put on how young you could be, but they got these old people like that dude from, I don't know where he's from, that Republican. He get at the podium and all of a sudden he go on pause. It's like he's stuck.
Hey,
why would I?
Let me ask y'all this. This is another executive order, SAVE Act. Y'all have a problem with the SAVE Act executive order?
What does the SAVE Act consist of? Now, just a few words, Save America Act. What's integrated into that law?
Let me tell you.
I'm looking it up. SAVE Act. What a name. Let's see who they're saving. Doesn't even say who it's supposed to save.
It's about voting.
I think it's about ID. You have to have an ID or something.
Voter ID for midterm elections. I don't care. Sounds good.
Okay. Let me see.
I don't even.
SAVE Act is an attack on civil rights and is racist. Could you just explain that further? Because 76% of Black Americans support the SAVE Act, according to CNN.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, we find it racist because at the end of the day, it's targeting Black communities with a cost burden. We've been prohibited from voting because we didn't know how many bubbles were in a soap bar. And so it's on defeating it.
But if 76% of Black Americans support voter ID,
I don't believe that 76%.
CNN reported.
Well, that's positive.
I can't hear it.
It was fine until the end. Right, Kurt? You could hear it at the beginning?
No, it was cutting off and on. It was choppy as hell. I don't know what that is.
B2D1. Oh, can we try to share them? I don't know if it lets us without being the host.
But I've been hearing about it. I haven't really investigated a lot about it because it's more than just the CARE Act and that's it. It's a whole bunch of underwritten policies in there that's going to disenfranchise a lot of voters.
I don't understand. Does it cost money to get an ID? Like, I really don't understand. I remember mine.
Well, you have to have money to get an ID. That's number one. And in order to get certain, IDs, especially this new ID with the star on it, you have to have a bill in your name, a place of residency, and it's some voters that are homeless for whatever reason, whether it's affordability, whatever, they can't afford to get IDs, but they should be able to vote because they are registered voters. So it's going to disenfranchise a lot of people, a lot of white people at that, a lot of rural white people that live way out that don't have access. Is going to disenfranchise, like a woman marry a man and she changed her name, but her name is different on her birth certificate, so they'll be knocked off the voter roll. So that's a way of knocking off. It's almost like the gerrymandering rule. You know what I'm saying? They need to look at it in Congress and word it where people are able to get proper ID under their law, what it takes to be a voter. They trying to make it sound like they're just aiming it at illegal immigrants. They're the ones that can't get ID. No, it's a lot
So
of
you
people.
feel like illegal immigrants should have a vote? Should be able to vote?
No, 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 absolutely not, because they are not citizens. But let's say they child that was born here, that all they know, they don't even know Spanish. They've been here. They are citizens. They are American citizens because they were born on this land.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
So you have Mark. What's his name? That's in Trump. His name is Marco Rubio. He's from Cuba. He's a migrant from Cuba. You know what I'm saying? And so he came during that Cuban Missile Crisis time or something back in them days. His parents, but he's here now. He was born here, but his parents wasn't. Should he not have a right to vote? I mean, it's a whole bunch of convolution in this act. Whereas they need to define it more. Just illegal immigrants, people that stowed away, they haven't got their immigrations together. No, they should not be able to vote. But people say, like, 100-year-old woman, I'm gonna use my case. My mother, she lives in the nursing home. She's incapable of getting on a computer and navigating the computer to send for her ID and all of that. Why would you disenfranchise her from voting if she wants to vote?
Bro, anybody that don't have an ID shouldn't vote, man. I don't care what it is. I ain't gonna lie. I don't care what it is. You know what I mean? I don't care
Well, see,
age limit or what. I don't care what it is. If you don't have ID, you don't even need to leave the house.
But how do you get an ID if you can't?
How you can't get ID?
I just mentioned it. Let's say in instances like people that are incapable of navigating the online computer system.
Bro. All right, you talking about like your mom's being elderly?
Yeah.
She got y'all. She got 10 kids and how many grandkids? Y'all, what?
You still have to.
What? There's no situation where a person shouldn't be able to get an ID, man. Come on, we make an excuse for everything.
But they do have obstacles that's preventing people from getting ID.
Like what? Like what?
I just use the instance. If you're homeless and don't have an address,
shouldn't be voting. Homeless people shouldn't be
voting. No, why not? They still American citizens.
Homeless, man. Chat, what y'all think? Give me
Despite
give me a hold on, Kurt. Give me a yes or a no, a Y or N in the chat if you think homeless people should be voting. Go ahead, Kurt. Y, yes, if you agree with homeless people should be voting. No, if you don't agree with homeless people should be voting. Well, maybe I'm just tripping.
Are homeless people Americans?
Homeless Americans. Okay, yeah, they Americans, yes.
Okay, then Americans should be able to vote. That's just law. Now, however they're homeless for whatever reason, whether it's mental illness, whether it's affordability or whatever, and so they can't produce an electric bill because they have nowhere to go. But they are American. Why are you disenfranchising somebody because they're not as fortunate as you?
They disenfranchising they themselves. How fortunate am I? How fortunate am I? How fortunate am I? How
I
am I so
said
fortunate?
you're more fortunate at your living conditions than they are. There are some homeless
I'm not
people.
fortunate, bro. I'm not fortunate. I work hard. I'm not fortunate at
What
all. I
what
work
I
hard with
say?
nothing
What?
given to me. They need to
Oh,
work. They need to work. I don't care. Josh agrees with you. Yes, homeless should be able to vote, and a lot have addresses to receive benefits. If so, Josh, if they're receiving benefit, if they have addresses and they're receiving benefits, how they don't have an ID?
this is why how they
Come
able to
on,
get. This is how they're
how they don't
able to
have an
get.
ID?
This is how. Now I had my ex-wife worked at the DFAX office, and this is how they're able to get benefits without an address. They say I have a mailing address and they'll send it to their mother's house or something. Though they're homeless, they can't. They don't have enough funds, even though they may have jobs. There are homeless people that have jobs. They just have nowhere to be able to have a resident. They can't afford it, they can't afford it or for whatever reason.
So
You got.
a homeless person with a job.
I've seen a lot of. I've
Okay.
been out there with
A
a
homeless
lot of
person with
homeless
a
people.
job. If you have a job, you have an ID. See, what you're doing is what this is what happens. Sometimes people
What?
make examples of stuff, and it be so far fetched that it start not even making sense. If you have a job, you have to have an ID. Am I
No, you
bugging?
don't. No, no, you don't.
Hey, what job? What? No, you can have a job without an ID. What job? What are we
I don't know
talking
what
about?
type of job you could have without
They
ID.
can go get an ID. If they don't have enough sense to get an ID, shouldn't be able to vote. That's all I'm saying, Josh. That's all I'm saying, Josh. If they are living in the streets and they can't get an ID, they don't need to vote because they need to get their life together. I'm not really saying they shouldn't have the right to vote. They should be focused on getting their life together and getting an ID, my brother. Come on, Kurt. Why we keep changing the
I think
goalposts?
I think they should not put up
Fortunate,
obstacles for people to get ID, such as okay, you homeless, so we're not gonna give you an ID unless you got an electric bill. Well, I don't have an electric bill, or I don't have a place of residence, but I'm a citizen. You know,
Kurt. These people, these people you're saying are homeless. They're of age, right? 30s, 40s, 50s.
yeah, some
Okay.
veterans.
So even as a child, a teenager, young 20s, mid 20s, whatever, they had identification. All they have to do is go get a copy.
What about women that are married to different
Pay the
men?
$10.
What about women that are married to men and they have their names changed and it's different than on their birth certificate? They get disenfranchised too because their voter ID would be different. See, they require you to have just an ID. You have to have the verification, like your social security card and your
So you have
your
to bring
birth
an ID. You have to bring a social security card and an ID.
to get your registration to
So then
register.
that
Yeah,
all right.
like
So then that
when I went to register to vote. Let me clarify this. I had to show a place of residence. I had to show my birth certificate. I had to show my social security
is
card.
this part of the Save Act? Are we still talking about the Save Act? What are we talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
All
You
right.
have to
So in
have.
The Save Act, right?
I, yeah.
Do you have to show a social and a birth certificate
They
with your
and
ID?
see the ID they're talking about is your voter registration ID. In order to register to vote, you have to have these sets of IDs in order to,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
like
I don't see no issue with that.
it's just like when
I
you
don't
go
see
to
no
a
issue with that.
job, when they ask you to show your you have to have an ID, you have to have a social security card, and in order to fill out the application or to get have taxes taken out. Well, it's some people like that are married. that change their name to their husband name, but it's different than what's on their birth certificate. So,
That's all I'm saying, Jazz. I don't know, man. They have bigger fish to fry if they're homeless. That's all I'm saying, Jazz. That's all I'm saying. They can have the right to vote as many times as they vote. I don't even care. But if you're homeless and you don't have an ID, you don't even have the capacity and the mind capacity to even be able to cast them. Why are you trying to vote? How you even know who to vote for? How?
I don't agree with you on that. I just don't.
That's fine.
I just don't.
We could agree to disagree. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I just don't see how I don't see it.
Is it me, or is the whole voter ID conversation fucking stupid? Chuck Schumer last week said that voter ID is Jim Crow 2.0. So he's suggesting that it's racist. Now, as though we live in a society require.
It's cutting off.
And why do black people keep allowing them to suggest that you're too dumb and too poor and capable and too damn stupid to go to the local DMV? So if voter ISIS asking for the bank.
He was just talking about the voter ID stuff. He said that's crazy.
Your voice is real low, BJ.
Yeah, your voice got super low.
BJ, your voice is super low. Can't hear you.
Everyone need to do what they have to do to get their ID straight. Who's reading Shakur comment?
You can hear me?
It's still pretty low. Yeah, it's really low. Honestly, I really don't know how hard it is to get an ID, and if it is like in my country, you don't gotta do anything. When I came here with an ID, I couldn't get here without an ID. So I just don't understand what real difficulties are associated with getting an ID for me to be able to have an opinion, because it's never been something that I had to find out. I couldn't come here without an ID. And in Jordan, it's like you get your passport. A passport isn't something you got to work for. Like, it's just, that's the only, you get your ID at 18, but the only form of identity a child has is a passport. We just get it for free. And then, to renew it, I guess, is an expense, but you can still use it as a form of ID without having it renewed. It's still your ID. It's strange to me that there's so many obstacles here to it, that you got to have a bill and birth certificate and social security and all that.
My mic on? Y'all can hear me?
Well, we can hear you, but you sound like you way in the background.
I think Will just came in. I don't know if he's just fixing things in the background. Did that pop up on your screen, Kurt? Will is back?
Yeah, it did, but it went away.
Nah, I had pulled him up because his screen was still on here. I don't understand that.
It's almost like your mic is unplugged.
Is Eli not at home? Isn't Eli the technician?
Eli asleep. Y'all hear me?
Oh, he's asleep.
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
I'm using the laptop mic now.
Yeah, that's better.
That's better. All right, so y'all cool with with people not having the ID to vote?
I have a problem with illegal immigrants voting. Yes, I do have that, but I think it should be
that's why they doing all of that.
Well, no, I see it. This is an extension of their whole policy of gerrymandering. How they tried to gerrymander because they know, because this is the problem. When all of those Latino people was voting in this last election cycle, it was okay. Well, because the narrative in the country is starting to change, and the Latino vote is a major voting bloc in America. They gerrymandered mid-decade to try to gerrymander the vote so that they don't lose again. So this is all political, because the question is why they decide now that we should have this going on. Why is it an issue saying, now, let's just say there was some voting irregularities in this last election. Why did you just go to a major Democratic bloc and went and took all of their voting information and didn't go to the Republican bloc and get theirs too, to say, well, if it's voting irregularities, it's all around. They just went after the Democrat vote so that they could try to gerrymander people's name off the voting roll. That's a political move. And whoever don't see that, I mean, I don't get it, because if you're saying that there were some illegality in the voting cycle, then why did you only go to certain districts or Democratic districts to try to scrounge off some of the Democratic votes and not the Republican areas? Oh, it wasn't any voting irregularities in the Republicans, just the Democrats. That's political. And that's a ploy. And because that's not working, because the court said you got to give them back their voter information, now they want to do the Save America. It's all political. It's a political move behind everything they're doing. Remember, they playing chess. They trying to get it anyway. They trying to win at all costs, even if it's illegal.
Black Democrats support and or fighting for reparations for African Americans? Obama said no.
Do any black Republicans fight for it? No. It don't seem like black is fighting for that reparation, because we've been doing that for what, 100 years?
Well, matter of fact, where Noah at? Noah. Let me see. I got something for Noah.
She went out.
Give me a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Hello?
Okay, nah, she's still here on audio. She's on the phone. Hey, I got a question for the Muslim women. What do they get when they go to heaven? Because it says the men get 79 virgins. What did it say they get, Kurt?
79 virgins? What you need a virgin in heaven for?
Muslim men who enter paradise are rewarded with eternal youth, beauty, and comfort, appearing as hairless, beardless, and age 33. Why are they beardless? They will dwell in luxury, free from physical imperfections. Okay. I want to see where it has says they get 72 virgins. The specific number of 72 virgins in heaven.
Huh? What is you said virgins, right? Virgins, like virgins. What would you need with a? What would you need?
Whatever we want. Shakora said we get whatever we want.
What? Wait, virgins. What would the soul of man need with a virgin woman?
I don't know. Where Dawu at? Where Dawu and Suleiman at? That's a question for y'all. What do y'all need with 72 virgins?
We talking about the soul now. We're not talking about the flesh. The flesh is not going to heaven. We talking about the spirit. Why would the spirit need 72 virgins? Or why would they need a virgin? Period. Are they having sex in heaven? Where you get that verse from? BJ.
I don't. That's what it says. I'm waiting for Dawu and them to answer. That's what it says. That's what I've been hearing.
Oh.
I can't even play no videos, man.
Did you read that somewhere, or you just hear it from somebody else?
No, that's a thing.
That's why I was waiting for Noah to come.
No.
Sorry, I'm supposed to be getting my food, but
wait,
no.
No.
Hold on, Kurt. Hold on. Get your food. No, hold on.
What do women get in heaven as far as Islam is concerned?
You can't hear it, BJ.
Check out what he had to say.
Can y'all even hear that?
In your Quran,
yes,
you
I can now.
the men
yes,
go to heaven.
Yes.
And they get sex.
Yes, they get intimacy.
Virgins.
Yes.
What about my woman? Do I get a man?
You get, yes. If you don't have a partner, you get a husband.
A husband? Forget a husband. I just want sex. Hello. You're not getting a wife. You're getting sex. Okay. Let's not confuse.
Okay.
Husband and wife and marriage with sex.
Yes, but should I tell you?
Sex.
Yes. Should I?
So the man gets 90 virgins.
No, 72.
What about me as a woman?
1 second. You get a husband.
No, I don't want a husband. Hello, I've had a husband. I don't want a husband. Sorry.
Okay, let me tell you.
What do I, as a woman,
yes,
get when I go to heaven in the name of Allah?
No one.
What
says,
do I get? What's my reward?
No, it says I want to get that.
No. What do you mean you don't know?
No.
Hello. She says she doesn't know. Hello, I'm asking the question.
I'll answer.
You're not in this.
I know. Okay.
You're out of it.
Well,
not you.
And
yes, you're him.
Yes.
I'm going to keep that. I'm going to stay
As a
that
woman.
way.
Okay.
But
Your headache.
I'm sure you'll be blessed, lady. I'm sure.
No, I'm blessed anyway. I'm talking about Allah, not blessings.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I'm not just talking about blessings.
Yeah.
I get blessings anyway.
So men get 72 virgins, and women.
Y'all was able to hear it?
Yeah, I was able to hear it.
Okay. Did that mess up?
What?
Go ahead.
It didn't mess up. It's not like there's any part of the Quran that says you get 72 virgins. The problem with Islam that I find is that a lot of it was interpreted by men, and like just men really controlled its interpretation for quite some time, and not all of them were good men. But I think some of that, like, there's no mention of the number 72. That's definitely something that's pushed heavily. I was told that a billion times, and I brought my mom many heart attacks from speaking to her like this woman right here and asking, why don't I get 72 virgins, which my mom thought was very offensive. But nobody, like, no woman is getting, the Quran speaks of getting a pure woman. Like, you are rewarded with, they keep using the word pure woman. I didn't understand what that meant. Like, just to teach a child that a man in heaven is going to be rewarded a pure woman is a strange thing to me. I don't know why they told me that. I was too young to know what a pure woman was. But like, even now I think, like, pure woman, does that really mean virgin? Because the word isn't virgin in Arabic, it's pure. I used to just think of like a angel.
So why they get 72 of them?
Nobody in the Quran says that. That's just men interpreting it that way. You cannot find any source in the Quran that says you're rewarded with 72 virgins. That's just
and see, this is why I think that interpretation of 72 virgins is wrong. Heaven is supposed to be a spiritual place. It's not of the flesh. So why would a man need a fleshly virgin in heaven?
I thought it was 72. Did you say 78? Is that what they were saying in the video?
No, 72. I mean, but why would the spirit of man need a fleshly body in a spiritual place?
So they say it in hadith. They say that 72 came from like, basically somebody. A hadith is just somebody saying that somebody told him something, which I always thought was an unreliable way to get the Quran. Like, I'm more traditionalist and I only listen to the Quran. A lot of hadiths are just people speaking of what somebody told them that the Prophet told them. In other words, hearsay. But yeah, there's like a few hadiths that say 72 virgins. It's cited as like, they say it's not supposed to be read as a sexual award, that it's, the word used is like more spiritual, like Kurt was saying. But I really don't know. It's not a word anybody uses. They keep defining it in English as it's hur, which isn't a word that is commonly used in Arabic, but they're saying the translation of it is pure companions, which isn't like a thing in English. You know what I mean?
But why would?
I just read that and was like, oh, pure companion. That must be a virgin. Like, I don't think
But
this was.
but no. My whole question is, why would my spirit in heaven need an earthly accommodation, such as a
Because it's not
companion?
really described as earthly. That's what I'm saying, is that it's not really described as an earthly thing. They're described as pure, modest, and spiritually fulfilling and rewarding. Nobody would say that about a virgin. Like, you know what I mean? It feels like a lot of people, when they try to understand spiritual, otherworldly things or feelings, they translate them into the closest thing, which to an Arab man is a virgin. That's literally what I think it is. It's not phrased in a sexual way at all. There's not a hint of suggestion that it's about a virgin or a sexual thing. There's no speak of sex in this hadith. It just speaks of a pure, modest, and spiritually rewarding companion.
Why is there 72 of them?
Well, a companion is something that's earthly.
Not if it's a pure, spiritually rewarding companion.
But 72?
You're just mad at the quantity, BJ? You think they should get less? How many? How many do you think it would be acceptable to you?
How many
Why
spirits?
would you still have the urge to even have a woman in heaven? Like, why
No,
is that
because
still needed in heaven?
Because it's not sex. That's the thing. Like, what do you mean why are still needed? Heaven is supposed to be a place where like humans need the other gender. Humans, like the concept
Even
of how
in
God
heaven?
created woman and man. Why did create a woman to have these urges in the earth? It's not like in heaven you have no urges, whatever, you're not.
I mean, it's your spirit. So your spirit has the urge to have a woman?
I mean, we don't know. That's the thing. When I like a lot of these, and I'm literally regurgitating to you answers that I've gotten, is that a lot of these things are unknown. You're not supposed to know what's waiting for you in heaven. There's descriptions of sensations, and that's what people don't understand, is that Arabic is a much bigger vocabulary than English. So whatever English version you've gotten of heaven, in the Quran, heaven is like, I never knew any of these words. They were taught to me as a different concept, like things that I would never know, feel, you know what I mean? Like the words themselves, when they speak of purity, these are all like otherworldly spiritual sensations. That's not even in our Arabic language. It's just the Quran language. So when people translate the Quran to English or to try to understand it through this world and these terms, it's like there is no mention of none of these words. It's literally specific words that I was told mean a concept in heaven that I've never seen. So I'm not even supposed to understand it like that. You know what I'm getting at?
Well, it's the same thing as in America. In America, their Bible or description of heaven is the pearly gates and gold. And, you know, why would there be a need for gold in heaven? In a spiritual place, what's the need for an earthly piece of mineral?
They say that in the Bible?
Yeah, you know, it's supposed to be the pearly gates of heaven, and you know, the gold rows like the Wizard of Oz.
That's just an example. A lot of young soldiers were single and dying in the war for the cause of Allah. That's just encouraging the men who are sacrificing their life. So you're just encouraging the men to go die to to go have 72 pure women. Oh my God! This is why I just care about me and mine. This is why.
Hey, religion is like that. It's convoluted. It's so man-made, interpreted. Yeah, it's interpreted.
If you look at the descriptions of heaven that are actually in the Quran, the most literal ones that use like human senses, they're all gardens beneath which rivers flow, fruits of all kinds, meat, honey, and milk served in abundance with no effort or hunger, reclining on couches to indicate comfort, luxury,
They
and
really being specific.
pure companions, symbolizing joy, companionship, and reward. Those are and then the more spiritual ones are the ultimate reward is being near to Allah. No pain, fear, or sorrow exists in paradise. No rewards are temporary. All rewards are eternal. That is the most that's the only examples of heaven that are from the Quran directly. There's no speak of virgins or wine or gold. It's just like you're chilling. There's oceans, rivers, animals, meat, and like
Because what would the spirit of man need with a river flowing up under gardens that have fruits?
what does your spirit need? Like you don't think you're gonna like honestly, I feel like there is something spiritual about nature. There's something spiritual about the sun. There's like you know what I mean? Like I don't feel like these things are just for the body. I feel like there is spirituality, and we probably just we'll find out in heaven if we make it.
But okay, so why if you have a river that flows up under the garden of fruits for a people that does not desire food, why is
My
the food
spirit
there?
would love food. What are you talking about?
I mean, it ain't desiring no grapes and apples.
My spirit would love some fresh fruit lounging on a couch by the river. I don't know about you, Kurt. I don't know what your spirit would enjoy.
But without the
Maybe
body.
because I was taught that. I don't know. Maybe I was just taught that
Look,
this is what my
listen,
spirit
but without the physical body, and then man is in the spirit, why would it have a desire for fleshly things?
I don't know. It's like you're just interpreting it very scientifically. Like I used to sit next to my grandmother, and every day when the sun would start setting, my grandmother would just like say a whole prayer about the sun and the trees, and like that's just like I feel like I have that mindset because that's just how Muslims really are. Everything, Allah is everywhere. They see Allah in nature. They see whatever. They feel spiritually connected to a lot of things that if you thought about it that way, you would say, oh, it's just for the body. My grandmother says a prayer every time she peels open an orange. She like prays to it and like you know what I mean? Like there's just certain things that I feel like just the most religious people that I know, and my grandmother was definitely like the most religious person I've ever met. They really just spirituality to them, the body, like 90% of what I would think are body only are spiritual to them, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so what does the Bible say about heaven? The pearly gate.
I think they speak of wine. I think that's all I've heard.
Wine,
wine.
the pearly gates. Even in their depiction, is these, white angels on horses, and milk and honey. Why I need milk in heaven? Or honey. Ain't that, if you drink milk and honey, that's a laxative.
Streets of gold, gates of pearl.
Right. So they're going to go in Africa and steal all they gold and take it up to heaven, and we're going to be waiting on it. And we gotta die to go get it.
You want your heaven here on earth?
Heaven and hell are two conditions of life, and it's right here on this earth. It's within yourself. God, even when they talk about hell in the Bible, God never made hell for man. He made it for Satan, which is the lower self. It's that fleshy, always want money, always want sex, always want the fleshy things. I want all the food in the world and a pretty car, that's of your lower self.
In Islam, they give them hope.
That gives them hope. Hope to what? To go to heaven, to have 72 virgin women?
Kurt, you wouldn't think your spirit would want a woman in heaven? Like imagine you were in heaven and it was just all the spirits of men. You don't think a
in
man's spirit wants a woman spirit?
the spirit has no flesh.
I didn't.
BJ, does your spirit want to be with a bunch of spirits of men? Like, don't you feel you would
But
want
the spirit is the spirit is
jail.
The spirit is not homophobic. It's not man and woman. It's just you don't hear of angels being a man.
That's what I was about to say. I don't even think the spirit even recognizes man and woman. I just really believe it's spirit.
Right.
Are we
I
gonna
don't
be
know. Like, I don't
recognized?
know.
If I was in heaven, I would be like, "Hey, what's up, Noah? You here too? Hey, Kurt, there go Kurt. I remember
a woman or a man?
I remember y'all. Kurt was gonna come up as a hermaphrodite.
No, Kurt ain't gonna come up as no more, whatever it's called. Hey,
man and woman.
That's BJ. You're the one that have that disease, that homophobic disease. So they gonna force you to have to accept that.
Possible.
I'm not saying
that's one way this might go.
God gonna say I accept. God gonna say I accept everybody. BJ go. Is
God
that
don't accept? God do not accept homosexuality. No. I don't want to be in that heaven. I don't want to be in that heaven.
I don't need. Look, I don't either. I don't want that heaven either.
Give me heaven B. Give me heaven gate B. Put me in gate B. I don't want to be in gate A.
Put me over in that other room over there. But
BJ,
no,
isn't it just spirits? You're gonna know you don't know if their spirit is man or woman, but you know if their spirit gay.
Yeah, by the way they talk. Where you get food from?
I ordered something.
Food from?
I just got it from the door. I don't know why I'm hungry at this hour.
Yo,
I'm getting ready.
Man? Did y'all see the 9-year-old boy that was charged with sexual assault on a white woman? Hold on.
Nah, that's ridiculous.
For having gone what you had to go through.
A community rallies around a 9-year-old boy falsely accused of sexual assault.
She does not belong in this neighborhood.
Residents united taking aim at the woman the internet has dubbed Corner Store Caroline.
The son grabbed my ass.
Teresa Klein gained infamy in the Flatbush community after accusing a child, now identified as only Jeremiah, of sexual assault. The claim debunked by surveillance footage first obtained by Pix 11. Community members gathered Monday evening to discuss what happened and what needs to be done.
If you're going to move into our neighborhoods, there has to be respect.
They are targeting our children, and we will not have it.
The mother and child at the center of the incident broke their silence for the first time.
That day, this fear was placed into my children's heart. Having to explain to your 9-year-old son what assault means, what sexual assault means.
God is trusting us. God is trusting us on everything. Treat people different. Treat people the same way you want to be treated.
While many have called for Klein's arrest, Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams confirms that authorities are looking into the matter.
The DA is currently investigating.
The family now hoping to put the saga behind them.
I don't forgive this woman at all. I think she was crazy. I think she had something going on with her.
Now, the outpouring of support for this family is clear in this community. A GoFundMe page has already raised over $15,000. We're told that those funds will be going toward the young boys' education. In Flatbush, Brooklyn.
Was that straight?
Yeah.
Okay.
We caught up a little bit, but it was fine.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
This is Flatbush?
Flatbush. I don't know what streets or whatever, but it happened in Flatbush. But she should have been ran up out of there. They should have been. I don't know. They should have been ran her up out of there. Like get up out of here. All that, man. We not gonna do this, and we not going for it. Yes, y'all are going for it because y'all on TV talking. Where are y'all thug nephews and thug little cousins and gang banging family members. Where these niggas at to run this white woman up out the neighborhood? All
BJ.
niggas got to do is hit her with eggs when she come outside. They hit her with an egg. Just terrorize them. We do it to each other all the time. I seen niggas hit the gay nigga on my block, the gay crackhead nigga on my block in the head with eggs and ice cream and shit every time he came outside. Every time. But y'all ain't gonna do nothing to this white lady, huh? Y'all ain't gonna do nothing to her. The afterlife is just like this life minus the fakeness and negativity and pollution of this world. In paradise, we all will have all they desire, which is deemed righteous. Everything organic and natural. Go ahead, Kurt.
I had to think about something when Noah started eating her food. I remember you just blew me up about eating my food. Don't come on a podcast until after you eat your food. Noah, come on. You ain't said nothing. Where you get some food from, Noah? Like you wanted to ask for some. I couldn't do it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Girl, I don't do it at the start of the show.
that too.
We're winding down.
That too, but I don't remember saying anything to Kurt about no food.
Yeah, I came on eating one day. I was like, shoot, I'm hungry. I had to eat.
No, I wasn't talking about food. I didn't say nothing about food.
This was a while back. This is like our first or second podcast. Way back when. Anyway, it still looked
out the hood.
Hey, it still looked good, Noah. Made me hungry. I'm ready to go up here and warm this food.
I'm so happy the place is still open.
I don't eat out. I don't eat a lot of out food. My food is cooked right in my kitchen.
Unfortunately, I don't have that stamina at midnight.
Well, my
Kurt
food was
chewing with his mouth open. Kurt definitely be in the joint chewing with his mouth open. Kurt was sneezing and blowing his nose in front of the camera. That's what I was talking about.
I don't know. I think Josh be just sitting there waiting with instances just to shoot at me. Josh, go sit down, man.
I'm trying to be courteous.
But I got you, Josh. I got you. Josh got a whole notebook of just to shoot at me. He got them little bullets in there. Cause I don't hear him ever responding to me until he got something sideways. Kurt was chewing with his mouth open. Okay. Still love that brother. Still a fan. Where Davon at?
Working at work.
Okay. Hey, I think I'm gonna go ahead and come out of retirement and go back to work, BJ, man. I'm tired of. Huh?
For real?
Yeah, I might. You know.
You coming out of retirement?
Yeah, man. I'm sick of just,
not doing nothing.
Well, doing something, but the same stuff all the time.
Yeah,
waiting on the.
Gonna retire.
Well, I mean, you could retire and still, but because I've been a lot of places, I've been to different countries. I didn't, get to traveling and all that. So I ain't really got no to do now that I'm retired. I know people say, well, you should be doing with your grandkids. I'm not dealing with all them grandkids. I got 24 grandkids. And if you do something with one, you got to do something with all. I'm not trying to do all that.
I can't wait till I'm a pawpaw.
Yeah, if you a pawpaw one time, if it's 23 of them trying to deal with them all at one time, different behaviors, boy, that would run you crazy.
Yeah, that's too many.
It's too many. It's too many to, man can't attend to too many things at once. You got to be able to. Now, if my daughter brought over, 2 of the boys for a weekend, yeah, I could do that. But when one come, all of them wanted to come.
No, all No, did you hear about this? This was sad too.
God in their life. That's what they do. The thing they do.
A distraught dad mourning the loss of his son. 16-year-old Christopher Redding was shot and killed last night, one of 3 teens hit by gunfire. Surveillance footage captured part of the chaos, kids running, trying to escape the danger. Multiple shots fired on the street, but the dispute started inside of a McDonald's near 238th Street and Broadway.
They was going to get something to eat. Some kids supposed to have started trouble and words was exchanged or whatever, and that's what happened.
Redding was shot in the back and killed. His friend, a 13-year-old girl, and another 15-year-old boy were each shot in the leg. Police say the incident may have been gang-related, but Redding's father insists his son, who played football at Kennedy High School, was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's an awesome kid, great. That gang stuff, that's not him. You know, he's like every other teenager, likes the music, but he don't indulge. It's just a very tough time because, you know, it's always the good ones that this happened to.
I promise you, if you close your eyes, that sounds like Will talking. Anyway, you know, I had talked to Davon about a solution I got to this gun stuff. You say we can't get rid of it. Okay. I know what can deter it a lot of the gun violence. You know how every telephone, every cell phone in America has a GPS on it? Why they don't put GPSs on these weapons that's out here on these streets? Even if it's stolen, the minute it go in use, there's a GPS to it. If your gun is stolen, you say you report your gun stolen, a GPS picks it up. Every time they pick that gun up, there's a GPS on that weapon. I guarantee you can eliminate a lot of the guns that's out here. Because if you got a gun that's illegal, GPS is going to track it to your environment or where you at.
Yeah, we're gonna find something. We're gonna find another department for you to run. That ain't gonna be a department, man.
Yeah, because the reason why they don't
department for you to run a GPS on guns.
They got GPSs on cell phones.
Sad,
but see, they don't want to put GPSs on guns, huh?
Children killing children. That's an electronic, Kurt. All electronics got GPS on, got like a tracking device. It's an electronic.
You could also put it on guns. You could put it on a GPS on anything.
So you putting a GPS on a gun to stop the gun violence?
To stop the illegal guns out here. If your gun was stolen, or if a gun was stolen, you know, you could track that gun wherever it's at. How many criminals you know go just like these phones? Now they cut them off so that you can't find their location. You know what I'm saying? Put a GPS on it. Right. Put
fact.
me in another.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's fact. Oh, I forgot about that, Jazz. You're right. Josh did agree with Kurt about the homeless thing. Sure did. Sure did. Josh was with you on that, Kurt. He don't be against you all the time.
Hey, because that's my dude. He just be having them little side bullets for me just in case he want to, you know, shoot at me. That's all right.
Yeah, I don't know.
But see, I don't think it's a bad idea. I really don't think it's a bad idea. They always find them cars when they get stolen. Isn't that how they stop the car robbery shit when everybody used to get their cars stolen?
They got GPSs on. You know, they don't want to put a GPS on it because they want these young people getting guns in their hands so that the courts can get paid, the jail system can get paid, the police can get paid, and these stupid young niggas, irresponsible gun owners, can continue killing each other. That's how they control the population.
Although I feel like another big problem is now with all the ghost guns, the people that's 3D printing parts and making their own guns privately, and that's not even banned in every state yet. I found out that New Jersey has a pretty strong law on ghost guns, but a lot of them other states, that's how the guy killed the CEO. The gun that he used was a ghost gun. It wasn't traceable, it didn't have a serial number, and it cost like $300-400.
But if you buy a part, the parts to the ghost gun, if you buy them parts, it's a GPS connected to it. Wherever a weapon is produced, it should have a GPS on it.
Yeah,
so
that
that
I played that video. I'm gonna play it again though.
Those would be harder to control.
That's just an idea. It may not ever come to fruition because the NRA wants to continue pushing guns into the hands of young black men so that they can say them young black people, they violent. But they learn that violence from somewhere.
BJ, why are you so against this idea? You keep shooting it down.
Because he want to keep demonizing them young black dudes that's in the neighborhoods with these illegal guns, but with no way to stop it.
What are you talking about? Demonizing them? I mean, they demons. Hold on. You talking about I keep demonizing them? They say they demons. They say it. They don't hide it. They on demon time, right or wrong, North?
I've heard that before.
The biggest demon. We on demon time. That's what they say, Kurt.
But what is the solution to the demon? You track their ass. You track their ass down. You track them guns that they using. If they're illegal, you could still track it wherever it's at. Just like if you got a stolen cell phone, they could track where it is when you carry it.
Those guns they have aren't even stolen.
A lot of them are. It's a lot of stolen guns out here that's being used in these streets. Them throwaways.
Yeah, all right. If you say
and
so.
Even because believe it or not, a lot of these, as we call them, the gang members, if they got a gun they know can be tracked, trust me, they ain't gonna want them. They'll try to figure out another way to get you. They'll beat you up, maybe.
They'll just take the GPS off of it. They'll take the tracker off of it.
Did these people get caught in that 16-year-old shooting?
They ain't say nothing about anybody getting caught.
I really don't understand how in New York people are still not getting caught. Like, it seemed like there's a camera on every corner. And like 3 police cops at every, like Crown Heights, there was 3 police officers on every corner. I was like by Utica.
Hell, they ain't caught the person that...
It's unsolved there. I really don't understand it. Even like every year when they do them festivals and 3 people get shot, half of them get away. It's like so crazy to me. Like, what are they doing wrong?
They get away for the moment, but they on camera. They gonna go to jail. They on camera. The people. It started in McDonald's, so everybody was in McDonald's on camera. They gonna go to jail.
So why it ain't on camera? This lady that got kidnapped. This old lady.
Who?
The lady Guthrie. The girl Guthrie, her mother, the girl that was over the game show. It's all on the news now where they went to the old lady house and the man went to the camera and disconnected that front camera, but they got his image on. Guthrie, is that his name? Is that her name?
I seen it, but I didn't click on it. I didn't even care, to tell you the truth.
I don't really care either, but all the cameras, that lady that was, I don't know if she was over the game show Jeopardy or one of that, is her mother. And she been gone for 12, 14 days. They say she ain't got her medicine. Somebody asked for $1 million.
Here you go, Tiara.
$1 million in Bitcoins or something like that.
Yeah, them people playing. Them people rich. Right?
Come over to our country. This is not America. This is Polynesia. Our country was stolen. That's one of your problems. You're ignorant, woefully ignorant. But you, caller, need to learn about Hawaiian history and about where you are. And that attitude that you have is the same attitude that Joey Carter has. You think you are in America. You are not in America. You are in a colony that is in Polynesia that was forcibly taken, just as, I might add, All of Eastern Europe was forcibly taken by the Soviet Union, which Americans think is a very, very bad place. The bad, bad Soviet Union. Well, the bad, bad United States of America took Puerto Rico, it took Alaska, it stole Indian land, it took Hawaii, it took Guam, it took Micronesia, Palau, and you had better learn that history because you are the recipient of an imperialist tradition.
I get that.
You better learn that history, Noah, because you are the beneficiary of an imperialistic country.
Of course, and it's actually crazy that they don't teach it, and it kind of really shows you how much power like a country has. Like the fact that Americans don't know this. I know my country's history. I know about the Ottomans. I know every horrible shit thing the Ottomans did. I know about the British colonization. I know what they did. I know what everybody did in the last like 600 years. But it's like American history. I feel like they really like not many Americans know that. Not
They
enough. Because
They
you heard
whitewash.
there was a Secretary of State that literally said about Israel something. I need to send you that video about him saying, "Oh, we need to talk about the history. We need to make sure October 7 goes down in history as the biggest terrorist attack against Israel." Some American, I think it was the Secretary of State. I need to send you that video. They really pick and choose what y'all know and what y'all learn, and it's really strange in a country with freedom of speech how well that works.
What? Right? They whitewash history.
But they don't teach. They're not going to teach it in school.
Why
They're
should
not
they
going
teach that in school?
because they
teach
don't.
the truth.
That's crazy.
Right.
The same reason why they'll teach kids that they'll teach a kid that he could be a girl, or teach a boy that he could be a girl. Same reason. See, all of that coincides with.
But parents got to teach their kids that.
Parents got to teach their kids the history too.
Yeah.
Parents got to teach their kids everything. You know. I always did that.
Like they teach the black people that slavery was the best thing that happened to black people because it taught us a trade, like picking cotton.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't never get taught that.
We taught them blacksmiths. I heard Donald Trump make a statement that we made everything, but a lot of the inventions that blacks created, they took credit for. They take credit for things that other people have created, and then they whitewash it.
BJ, I just sent you a video on Instagram.
Instagram, TikTok.
Right?
You put it in the chat?
No, I sent it to you on Instagram, like to your account. I could put it on the chat.
Who owns TikTok, Noah?
Didn't Trump get it now? Something he's funding?
Yeah, his donors got it. So they control the narrative of what goes on TikTok.
The second day they did that, every Palestinian account I followed was disabled. They not letting them say nothing. Literally, like 40 accounts I follow is no longer there. The same like 3 days Trump gets it. It's crazy.
Yeah, we push that stuff that we see on social media as truth, and it's not.
It's crazy.
Mainstream media is considered fake news, and TikTok is considered real news.
But I don't know why you keep saying that. You keep saying like
because listen.
And first of all, I can't even finish my question. You didn't even know what I was gonna ask you. But I don't even have a TikTok account. You keep that when I come up with videos, you be like, "Oh, TikTok, the TikTok."
I'm not.
There is truth. There is truth on TikTok. There is truth on Instagram. Everything is not the truth. Even whatever media program you watch, the news, you watch the regular TV. They lie more to you than TikTok do.
But you wasn't listening when I say we. I'm not specifically talking about you or me. I'm talking about.
I'm not even saying that. You talking about TikTok. What you always talking about TikTok, and you got that off TikTok. You always talking about
but
TikTok.
I always
on TikTok is fake or untrue. And what I'm saying is, you will find more true stuff on TikTok than that TV box you watch your news on.
How you can't say that. I continue to say, I remember the narrative that I said when the social media platforms first started coming out, AOL, you got mail. I remember telling someone that's a demon, because when they started controlling what it is you see and what it is you hear as truth, that these media companies is instilling in us a whole bunch of falsehoods that are not. And this TikTok,
that's what your TV do too, right? The news programs do the same thing, right?
Exactly. A lot of the TikTok, now understanding TikTok started over in China owned that. And the reason why America went against it is because they were putting algorithms in it that was brainwashing the people in America. So they thought it was undermining the people of America. So that's why when they take control of it, now they can control the narrative of what's seen and what's not seen as truth or untruths.
No, I mean, whatever you see, you can look up yourself.
I feel like the point BJ is making. I feel like I agree with the point BJ is making, that like nothing is independent. CBS is independent, Fox News is independent,
exactly.
TikTok is independent, Instagram is independent. You're always seeing this through somebody's lens. You're seeing what they're wanting you to see. But you have to just see a bunch of, that's why the only solution is to have access to a bunch of different sources, so you can see what everybody's trying to get you to think.
And whatever is true.
Repeating what you see. Do the research.
Yeah, and listen to multiple sources, articles, and
that's why, even when I sit here and listen to y'all, I research it. I look it up.
Well, a lot of things.
What are you talking about?
A lot of things that has happened is, see, back in older days, they didn't have like the computers to do that. You have to go to the library or those type of mediums, because all we had was channel 245 news. If you want to research what the Constitution is, we used to have to go to the library and go to the actual documents to find it. You know what I'm saying? This international super informational highway, it was the algorithms. As we see today, a lot of the social media contents are being sued. Facebook, Instagram, they being sued for influencing these kids. This homosexuality, all of a sudden, it's worldwide. Everybody is pushing these homosexuals into our families through these social media platforms. This evil, shit is being forced into our households through self. I did a little research. One day I was on the street and somebody told me, anytime you in your car pull up to a stoplight, look over in the next car. If it's 4 people in there, the first thing you see is all 4 people, including the drivers, like this. They in that algorithm. That algorithm is a form of brainwashing. Your phone can hear your voice even when you got it cut off, and it will pump things that boost your ideas about a certain topic. You could talk about something, you could talk about Pizza Hut, and next thing you know, you're getting all kind of ads from Pizza Hut, because it is like Big Brother is listening to you. Every time you go on that Google or chat GBT algorithm, it tracks your thoughts. And it only push things to you that fits your narrative, whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just, I just think this social media thing is just overrated. AI. I remember I put one thing on the chat thing. I'm looking at TV and I'm, going through the stations, and they had an interview with Donald Trump, but I could tell there was something wrong with it. And I looked at the interview, The man had his feet crossed, but he ain't have no feet in the shoe. Like, that's not real. It wasn't real.
Shakura said, "Yup, I can think something and it shows up on my phone." Yep. I ain't gonna front. The social media, if it wasn't for social media, we wouldn't know a lot of the truths we know now. So social media helps in a lot of ways. That's why that's why these kids don't know the truth, because y'all didn't have social media, because y'all had to go to the library and look something up, and really to find out the truth, y'all really had to read a book. And one thing about black people, they say if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book. So these kids is growing up. These 80s, starting from the 80s babies, really to the 70s. But the 80s babies and the 90s babies don't know anything, because we wasn't taught anything, because our parents didn't know anything. You know what I mean? Not the truth. For real.
I think
unless you was part of an organization.
My generation, or at least in my family, every one of us from the time we was young, we had library cards, and we were made to go to the library to do our research. You know what I'm saying? And so, library is just like, I didn't know too much about law until I got locked up and I started reading law books and trying to get my appeals heard in court. I'd have everything I had before a lawyer got it, because I had to look in the books to find out what was law and what was not. Other than that, I'd still be in there.
Oh no, you sent me this video. I forgot. Let me see what this is about. What was it about?
What?
I got
of young people won't remember October 7th in the same way. That's true in Israel and in America and broadly in the world. And we need to make sure two things. One, it's not that we don't forget. We need to make sure that the story is told properly, so that when the history books write this, they don't write about the victims of Gaza, right? They can't. The history, and it's. I should be a little more precise. There were victims in Gaza, right? It's true. There are civilian casualties in every war that's ever been fought. But the victims were the people of the nation state of Israel. That the aggressor was the Iranian regime in the proxy of Hamas. And we need to make sure that the history books reflect that. And that requires each of us every day to talk about it in real time with our children, with our grandchildren, about it in a way that is serious and thoughtful and complete and moral.
Wow.
That's the Mike Pompeo, former U.S. Secretary of State. Former U.S. Secretary of State. Why is the U.S. anything saying this about another country? Isn't that nuts? Like, why does the U.S. care about how another country's history is written? Why is this normal to them? Like, y'all telling other people's stories, y'all worry about your own story. Like, what?
First of all, I don't understand how they can say Israel's people that got killed are the only victims.
October 7th.
They few thousand they got injured, which was an atrocity in itself. Got killed, but the hundreds of thousands Gazan children, we shouldn't talk about it from that point, because, that sounds crazy.
Even the fact that they frame it as the Iranian regime's proxy Hamas. So the Palestinians was just collateral damage. You're saying it wasn't even the Palestinians that did it to you. It was an Iranian proxy. But the Palestinian kids that died is collateral damage, and they're not the victims. Israel is the victim. Like, you're literally saying a third party that has nothing to do with it, that they just exploded because of it, are not the victims. The victims are the ones that were party to the conflict.
And because they don't allow a Gaza to have a Medium or a TikTok or Facebook, then the only truth they're hearing is from that perspective.
If it
they
wasn't
need
for
to.
social media, if it wasn't for social media, if it wasn't for TikTok, Instagram, and all that, we wouldn't know what's going on over there.
But I'm.
Honestly, they've gotten, like, especially as they get into private ownership, like what I follow all of these people. Their accounts go out, they go dead for 4 months, they come back on a new account, they get their followers back up. Like the Palestinian accounts, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Like I've seen people get censored, whatever, but it's like a wave. Like the top 10 will just disappear for a little bit. They'll come back up on another app. TikTok now wiped like most of them out. They're always getting banned, always getting this violent. Anything use TikTok, they made it that any criticism of Israel violates their policy. Like that is insane.
You would have to show me that.
After and it was after Trump's donors got it. When Trump's donors got it.
I'm saying when you type something in, what it closes your account or something? Because I don't have a TikTok. I took my TikTok off, so
I'll show you.
I have a TikTok. I wouldn't be surprised though. It would not be surprising to me at all if it actually.
Because that's because of what you said. Because that was the way that people started finding out. That's why they also became that much stronger against it.
That's how I found out.
But it's like they can't control
TikTok
it.
and Instagram. Me flipping on Trump was because of TikTok and Instagram. What I was seeing on TikTok and Instagram.
Well, what I heard about that, and after a lot of American proxies had gained control of the TikTok, when that incident in Minnesota happened about the immigration people shooting that woman, when people were trying to show it, the camera footage from a different angle, they was taking it down, and they wasn't able to until they pushed the narrative that, first they kept pushing it. They were terrorists, and they was doing this and that because people wasn't seeing all of the real footage. They was taking it down until they could push their narrative as to what happened. Oh, she tried to run him over.
I didn't see that.
BJ, when Trump's donors bought TikTok, the new TikTok the leadership appointed a former Israeli Defense Forces instructor as its new global head of hate speech policy. Within a month, Bisan Auda, who had 2 million followers on TikTok and who's an award-winning Palestinian journalist's account, was permanently banned because investors identified it as pro-Israel. This is all in the past 3 months. Can you imagine an IDF instructor appointed as head of hate speech at TikTok following Trump's donors' purchase of it?
But guess what? So then you ban TikTok. You shouldn't even have a TikTok account.
I know this is just recent. This is really recent. But
yeah, so delete your TikTok account. Go with X. Go with
it's crazy.
Go with the platforms that all them streamers are using, Twitch and all that other stuff that don't care about nothing. Go with YouTube. Go with, you know what I mean?
Palestinians haven't found these apps yet.
But I'm not talking about them. I'm just talking about the ones that's not going through what they don't even have a phone. They don't even have phones. You know
I just mean most of the biggest people, like Bisan was on the ground in Palestine the whole war, and she was.
But Iran doing the same thing.
People that are there are on TikTok and Instagram.
Iran is doing the same thing. Iran is killing all them Iranians. They're killing their own people, and shut the whole social media stuff down. They can't even send nothing out on no platform.
Yeah,
Iran is doing it.
Yeah,
they all doing it. Oh. They all doing. They all demonic. All of them.
42. When America's hospitals wouldn't admit black patients unless they were dying, one town did the unthinkable. In the all-black community of Mound Bayou, black residents didn't beg for care. They built their own full-scale hospital. This wasn't a wing or a clinic. This was Taborian Hospital, funded, designed, and staffed entirely by black hands, funded by black membership dues, and run by an African-American fraternal organization that said, "We don't need permission to care for our people." They raised the money themselves. They bought the equipment. They hired black doctors, nurses, technicians, janitors, and cooks. No outside help, no federal funding. Inside were operating rooms, maternity wards, and dozens of beds. By the mid-1940s, this hospital was performing over 1,200 surgeries a year, at a time when Jim Crow medicine said black lives weren't worth dignified care. For just a small annual fee, families received affordable, respectful health care. Not charity, not pity, but self-determination. Taborian Hospital stood for decades as a monument to what unity, pride, and vision can build when the world shuts its doors. It was a place where black babies were born, black bodies were healed, and black dignity was restored. You won't read this in most history books, but it happened. We built it. Drop a comment if this is your first time hearing about Taborian Hospital.
Yeah, see, that's what social media does. When you look up the right stuff. See how
Yeah,
polarized.
if you look up the history of it's a hospital in St. Louis. It was a black-owned hospital, Homer G. Phillips. Of course, in later years, it catered to the black people in St. Louis. But in later years, a lot of the politicians got involved with Annie Malone's Children's Home, and Homer G. Phillip was right next door to the Annie Malone's Children's Home. So it was some, high up politicians that weren't having babies, so they was trying to adopt small black babies. They were taking babies from black families and telling the mothers after she delivered, oh, the baby died in child rearing, and they put them babies in Annie Malone's Children's Home and sold them off into adoption. And that's a true history in St. Louis right now.
There was a white woman that got locked up last year for breaking babies, newborn black babies, breaking their bones.
I've seen that.
She worked in the hospital in Virginia. Every time a black baby was born, she'll get them and break their bones. This is recent.
That's diabolical there. To harm a infant or a child or an old person, I think they should have the most extreme punishment.
They're demonic.
You take a baby's bones and you break them off at the pill.
I think she's out on bail, but
man,
again, niggas don't do nothing to the people they need to be doing it to.
Exactly.
Niggas don't do nothing.
That's why I always push for, if the law is what we should abide by, it should apply to everybody. One of the problems I had with that job when I moved back down to Georgia, that ABB job, is I used to tell them, because, I was like that boots on the ground. If you're going to hold me account, you're going to hold my hands to account, then everybody in here should be held to the same standard. Not that person can do something, drop an engine or whatever, and it's okay. But if I do it, then I got to get a write-up, suspension, or, the rules apply to all of us. Nobody get a break. I don't care if you got a whole bunch of money. If you've broken the rule of law, take your ass to jail. Oh, man, I meant to tell you something else about my sister-in-law. Remember I told you about the situation with my sister-in-law? Yeah. She had the nerve to call my sister and say, well, I got a job now. Can I just pay the money back? No, you need to take your ass to jail. You need to go to jail. And I don't care that you my sister-in-law. Huh?
What's she trying to do, pay you the money back?
Yeah, she trying to pay the money. She, like I said, she ran $100,000 worth of debt up on my mama's account. So now you got a job for the first time in 20 years, and to keep from going to jail, you want to just, I now got a job. Let me start paying toward trying to repair this. No. You need to go to jail for what you did and pay the money back. Stop playing.
Hey, who y'all got in the verses? 50 Cent or T.I.?
Oh.
T.I. want to see 50 Cent in the verses.
Oh.
T.I. want that smoke.
I think T.I. want that smoke. You know, they say T.I. is the king of the South.
Who you think? Who you think, Noah?
50 Cent, definitely.
Shit, no.
I don't really fuck with T.I. like that. I like 50 Cent a lot. I'll probably.
It's gonna be. It'll be a good one. It's never gonna happen. 50 ain't gonna do it, but it'll be a good one because T.I. got smashers. T.I. got bangers. T.I. got some heat.
He do. He got a lot of heat.
He just dropped a new song. T.I. got some heat, y'all. I like T.I. I think it'll be close because T.I. got some bangers. It depends on the songs.
Yeah, the playlist they put together. I don't know if 50 Cent could go up against T.I. Like BJ said, I think it'll be real close, but I think T.I. will be able to take him.
I didn't even know he was still making music. I feel like the only T.I. songs I have are like mid 2000s or early 2000s even. I don't have any of
He
his.
came out with an album like 2 years ago.
Was it good?
Yeah. T.I. still make good music. 50 fell off.
50 went into movies, so he ain't been in that studio as much. T.I. is still, T.I. is in that studio.
Hold on. I like 50, but T.I. got word magic. What? What you know about T.I., lady?
Stop it. You act like us old people don't know something.
Give me on. Give me some T.I. recommendations. I'm trying to see. I got a single song after like 2012, I think is the last one.
Matter of fact, we was playing it at my crib. Nicole came over. Everybody came over for my brunch. And Nicole, I didn't know he dropped a new song too. Nicole came over talking about, yo.
Yeah, he just dropped one.
I want to hear that new T.I. Hold on, here it go right here. Hold on.
Running to the checker flag, running through the red light. 12 get me gun and won't pull over till I'm dead right. Riding to the sunrise, can't buy no bedtime. Ain't gon' get no bitch riding with me, let the head fly. Better know from West Side Atlanta on the best style. All the way to Crenshaw, I'ma have the mind, nigga better.
He said from West Side Atlanta to best style. You heard him, though. Check him out.
Sunrise, can't buy no bedtime. Ain't gon' get no bitch riding with me, let the head fly. Better know from West Side Atlanta on the best style. All the way to Crenshaw, I'ma have the mind, nigga better know. Big shit, poppin' ain't no little shit. Dropping bags, it's a lot to you, to me, a little bit. Let them ride Chevy for the Cal in my lap. Real dope boys in the trap. The big yacht, ballin' like a big shot. Niggas on my dick, make me room for your big. Gotta let them know. I don't turn wrestle, I don't lip box. Solitaires, all I do is big rocks. I came from Dilly Rock, all the way to Hitchut. On the throne, bitch ain't when I'm on, she can kick rock, let her know. My foot up on the gas.
Hey.
Yeah, you like that, Chris?
That's hot.
Chris, hey.
Wait, hey, and you can skate to that, Noah.
You know what? That'll go hard in the skating ring.
Hard. Well, you know,
skating ring.
Hey, you know, T.I. is a
had
skater.
to hear that song before. No, you heard that song before. You can have whatever you like.
Yeah, that's probably.
Listen to this.
Be one he gonna play in the verses.
When they made that skate movie T.I. them, I was there that day at that skating rink over there off of 20 and 285 Cascade,
yeah.
I was there that day. I was there.
Hold on, man. Dawu said T.I. over 50. 50 on some sucker stuff trying to diss Nicki Minaj for calling Don Lemon a cocksucker. We ain't mad at her. She talking fast.
Dawood back and Nikki.
Dawu, go get some sleep, man. No, we riding with Nicki. We riding with Nicki. Don Lemon is a cocksucker. Why he acting like he ain't no
DJ,
cocksucker?
that wasn't your energy on Instagram when I sent you some the first. When she was holding, I didn't think you was back in Nikki. You did think she was just doing this for her own. I forgot what you said, but I texted something to me.
I
Was
said
like,
she trying to get her brother in them pardon.
yeah, because I sent you. I think she was like holding on. I don't know what I sent you.
She was holding hands. I said she doing too much, like all that holding hands with him and all that. Whatever. She's a goofy, but you know,
like
when
it's
it
not
comes
like
to
consistent with her what she said in the past. Like she just switched sides for.
I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear nothing about her. I don't
She a
care about
goofy.
her. I don't care for her or Cardi B. For real, neither one of them.
Yeah, they both can run the country.
Yeah, I don't care for them, man. Let me see. As far as a rapper,
any females, bro.
Both of them are immigrants.
No, I like Rhapsody. Both of them.
Who you like? Who's your favorite female rapper, BJ?
Both of them illegal immigrants. My favorite today.
Yeah, today, all time, whenever. Female rapper.
I don't listen to any of them. I like Rhapsody, but I don't listen to them. None of them. I don't listen to Lotto. I don't listen to Glorilla, Sexy Red. I don't listen to none of them. I don't listen. I didn't even know 50 was getting that Nicki Minaj behind Don Lemon. I didn't even know that.
You didn't like Queen Latifah when she was doing her rap?
No, she's talking about today. Queen Latifah.
No, I'm asking other Lil Kim, Queen Latifah.
Oh, so then I would have to go. Now, Lil Kim didn't write her raps, but I rock with Lil Kim's song. Lil Kim music is fire. Queen Latifah, I always rocked with. Eve was my girl. Eve was
hard.
I rock with Missy.
Yeah.
But Missy kind of reminded me of a female, what's his name? The dude that was married to the Kardashian girl?
Kanye?
She used no.
Somebody married to the
Kanye.
Yeah.
You know, she be wearing these weird outfits, all kind of like, what the hell?
Missy dope though, bro.
I love
but Missy dope. Don't get me wrong. Her shit used to bang.
You don't think Kanye is dope?
Kanye's free. He fell off to me.
I think he went. You know what? Kanye is good, but I think after his mother passed away, he kind of lost it somewhere. That affected him real bad when his mama passed.
I feel like he's gonna come back though. I think he's gonna come back. It's just a phase. I do think he became pretty nutty.
You seen him apologizing to the rabbi?
I don't even know what he's going through. Like I really don't know. I'm just waiting for a comeback album.
Y'all see him apologize? Him and Young Thug apologizing to the rabbi.
Yeah.
Young Thug
he apologized to black people too. I forgot what that was for. He made a whole
apologizing to the
apology.
rabbi. These niggas is crazy.
He apologized to everybody. He's on like a redemption tour or something. I don't know. He made. Did you see his whole apology like post?
Hey,
that's the one. Nah, I ain't. Once niggas start apologizing, I'm over. It's over. I don't even pay. I don't pay attention to Kanye. I don't rock with Young Thug. You sat in the interrogation room for 2 hours and told them everything. Like, I don't know what's going on with people. That's why I'm glad I'm a truck driver. I'm glad I got out the way. I'm a truck driver, man. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
Hey, BJ, what you think about when Shakur Stevenson beat this dude Tefimo? He started apologizing for Black history.
He did. He black fists up and everything. He's straight Puerto Rican.
He started, I'm sorry that black people went through this, and he beat the slaves out of them.
Hold on. It's sad that our children don't get to experience real love songs like back in the day when men sang love songs to women, not disrespecting them.
I agree.
Give me an example, Shakura, because
Stevie Wonder needs to drop an album. I agree.
Give me an example, Shakura, because y'all also had Rick James.
Honestly, I really like a lot of them old love songs. Just hit different, and I feel like Arabic music, they still like that. They still like. I can only find that in old English songs and Arabic. That type of love song that that I look for.
Okay, who made that little song "Highway to Heaven"? Here we go on the highway to heaven. Here we go. You remember that song? I think that, yeah, you have. I promise you have. I think it's the OJs or the Dramatics, maybe.
Oh, you went way back. Barry White.
Oh, I
Marvin
love
Gaye,
Temptations. I love
Marvin Gaye,
Okay.
Temptations, the Four Tops.
Yeah.
I didn't know you was going that far back, man.
Well, I mean, you got to go. If you said that,
all right. So Barry White, we got Ruben Studdard. We got Ruben Studdard. Marvin Gaye. We got R. Kelly.
R. Kelly.
A pedophile.
Temptations.
I was not going to R. Kelly for love
Temptations
songs.
is not it.
We got Jagged Edge. I'm just talking music, y'all. Yeah, I don't know what these
Etta
guys
James
was doing.
Etta
They was
James?
messing with
Come
little
on.
girls too. Believe that, huh?
I know Teddy Pendergrass was messing with gays.
Jagged Edge versus the Temptations.
Boy, the Temptations are killer.
Al Green.
112. Al Green's a good one. We got Usher. We got Chris Brown.
We got Nat King Cole.
Trey Songz.
We got Trey. Trey's a little crazy, but we got Trey. Trey's a nut.
Trey
We got
Songz.
Trey. We got Donnell Jones. We got
Who is
Music
that?
Soul Child.
Okay.
I know who I got for Al Green. We got Anthony Hamilton. I'll put Anthony Hamilton against Al Green. Yep. I put Anthony Hamilton against your Al Green. The Four Tops, I'll go with 112. OJ's, I'll go with Drew Hill. Babyface, I'll put Usher against Babyface.
Ooh.
Love that. I can't
Ooh.
Usher gotta go against Babyface. I'm putting R. Kelly against Marvin Gaye though. I gotta get R out of jail.
Even though I ain't so keen on her.
Life sentence or something, don't he?
Diana Ross and the Supremes.
Diana Ross was a pedophile. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all want to start talking about pedophiles. Diana Ross was a pedophile. We're not battling. Yes, we are.
love that. I don't know why he made this about us. You know who I really like? I really like Givon. Givon's really good.
Avant is dope. You said Avant?
No, Givon.
Givon. Givon
Yeah.
is dope too. I forgot about Avant. Who you got for Avant, man? I forgot about
His voice is
Avant.
beautiful.
I forgot about Avant.
Shakur, you gotta get into Givon. He's the best modern love songs.
Givon is dope. Kim is dope. She dope. That's the African chick, right?
No, Kim is the African dude. Bald head, he got like some kind of patch on. Kim? No.
Kim's not a girl?
No.
Percy Sledge. When a man loves a woman.
Oh.
You know when a man loves a woman.
Yeah, I know the song. Well, he only got that one song.
He got like 3 really great love songs.
This Rhapsody right here.
Snooze, it's alarming to know I'm back. You said I wasn't capable, now my shit go you. All my soldier boys from the 252. I found silver lining in hard things, it's like being blue. A renaissance, resemble Harlem Times, it's like Langston Hughes. All I see is crystal stairs, they looking through the Cartiers, they watching everything we do. Some days I feel just like Badu, ageless. I feel like I'm 50 or something, bitch, I ain't the one to play with. And many men try to die. yo, wait. Boy, I ain't the one to, Come on. And many men try, right? It's good. Snooze, it's alarming to know I'm back. You said I wasn't capable, now my shit.
She got some nice music though. I don't know what she was doing.
I put I put that one girl on that, and that's the only song I heard from her where she was like, when she lost her father, she lost her soul. I put it in the chat room about a week ago, and I was like, the artist of the week. She got a nice groove to that song she just got out. I don't know if you could
I
look
like to
back.
say Lauryn Hill, but I don't consider Lauryn Hill a rapper. She only had one album.
Well, you know,
Lauryn
if you
Hill is
put
really
rapper
only one
against
album.
rapper, you can't go back in the old days and find too many old school rappers because rap didn't start hitting mainstream until late 80s, early 90s, maybe.
Mainstream rap came with
Sugar Hill Gang, Curtis
it wasn't
Blow,
mainstream. It wasn't mainstream.
Curtis Blow,
Mainstream. Run
that's when rap,
DMC.
yeah,
Run
Run
DMC
DMC.
and then L Cool J that made it mainstream, meaning that you hear it everywhere. You see the videos and you hear them. They on the radio. You hear them everywhere. Sugar Hill Gang really wasn't on the radio.
Oh, Sugar Hill Gang was at the skating rink, big time. It was all over. Hip hop. That was a skate song. They was out there. It was out there. It was pretty big, but rap wasn't.
That song might have been on the radio. That song might
You
have been on
know,
the radio.
rap wasn't what it is today. It wasn't widely acceptable at the time because
That's
rap.
mainstream. Mainstream is widely acceptable.
What
When did rap
happened?
become widely acceptable? Run DMC.
It came, yeah, after they started promoting a lot of their gangster rap. Because remember, rap first of all started off with somebody rhyming and whoever say the best rhyme. You know what I'm saying? They the one that win. Have you ever went over a friend's house to eat and the food was just no good? But then people start getting in their feelings. And then it started going to the gangster rap where, kill the police and
How you go from Sugar Hill to gangster rap? You just skipped over Run
because that's
DMC.
when
You
that's
skipped
when
over Big Daddy Kane. You skipped over Slick Rick.
I'm
You skipped over
no, I'm not
Rakim, Eric B.
I'm not skipping over them. I'm just saying when rap
Gangster
first
rap came in the late 90s.
late 90s. No.
96, 97.
No.
When NWA came out, 93?
Yeah, gangster rap was starting to come out like I got out the joint, which is around 90-ish. Because I had never heard of a Tupac or a Biggie until that time. That was in the early 90s. Previous to that, rap was
when they dropped their first album, but it say the hip hop group was formed in Compton, California in '87.
right. Late 80s, early 90s. That's what I said.
Or they album that was '87. Just peep that, no man.
And that's when it started becoming real popular, and everybody was starting to do a little bit harder rap, the cursing, and they tried to ban it, they tried to censor it in Congress and everything.
All right, I gotta get up out of here, man. I got too much going on. All right, Noah, we out, man. All right, y'all.
All right, later.
Thanks, Noah, for stopping through. Thanks, Kurt, for stopping through.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Noah. I'm about to jump in this truck, man.
Yep.
Hey, BJ, I had a question for you. I was listening to it before I came on, and we'll ask you, had you ever thought about teaching about truck driving? You never thought about starting a trucking school, whereas you would only
it's
be
a lot of work, though. It's a lot of work. I ain't really got the time and the patience and the energy to do it. It's a whole lot of work.
Well,
Like
all
Will
you
was
doing?
talking about earlier before you came on, me training. I train a few people. I'm the reason why Davon got his license.
But I'm saying, as opposed to you being in the truck, you could be in the classroom teaching.
I don't want to be handcuffed to that. I don't want to be handcuffed to that. I don't even have the patience for it. I don't have the patience for it, and I don't want to have to wake up. That's putting me back on the clock where I got to wake up every day at a certain time, go to school 5 days a week to train and all that. I don't really want to do that. I don't do that.
Hire instructors to do that. You just the administrator.
Nah, I ain't doing it, bro. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. It's too much work. I could sit here and just tell you, Lauryn Hill was the greatest ever did it. If she was exposed, she would be dominating. Yeah, it's nothing I want to get into. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. But yeah, let me get up out of here. I'm about to jump in this truck right now, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, bro. Keep your head up.
Safe out there.
Keep your head on the swivel. Keep your head up, and keep doing what you got to do, man.
You know it. Peace, everybody. Good night, everybody. Peace, Kurt.
I'm getting ready to get like Will. I'm gonna let all this grow so I look like Idi Amin or somebody. I told him I'm gonna let it grow all the way out. BJ, I ain't shaving no more for another 4 or 5 years. I'm gonna trim it, but I'm gonna let it grow.
I missed that. All right, I'm gone, bro.
All right. Ooh.
I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. What up? When I was a little boy, I put my hood on my back. All eyes on me and nobody cut me no slack. While bowling up and down, that cold money was all I thought. And daddy was selling drugs, so it made me say fuck sports. Him teaching me the game, felt like he was passing the torch. In front of projects, I jumped off the stoop, not a port. My OGs was my idols, not no Meech or Rick Ross. And remember, to be a boss, life was always the cause. I carried Christ on my back, that's why they call me the cross. And whenever shit was rough, I just hustle and stay my course. And every time I pull myself back on my feet, digging my cleats. Every step I take, rip up the streets. A gun in a vest, some money and weed is all I need. When I hit the block, my mama started losing her sleep. To love a nigga like me is really not for the weak. I became a villain after that 100 bullets ate up my Uncle G. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I'm hands on, my kids ain't raised by no iPad. I show up every day, if you a man, try that. Can't call yourself a man if you make a child and deny that.